Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for Wednesday, March 12th, 2025. Ms. Dow, could you please take the roll?
Chair Chang?
Here.
Vice Chair Aiken?
Here.
Commissioner Heckman?
Here.
Commissioner G?
Here.
Commissioner Peterson?
Here.
Commissioner Suma?
Here.
Commissioner Templeton?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. So our first order of business tonight is public comment. And this is for items that are not on the agenda. If you are here to speak for something that is on the agenda, please fill out a speaker card and you'll have a chance later on. Ms. Dow, do we have any speaker cards or raised hands?
No, I have no requests to speak.
Okay, that's easy. Do we have any agenda changes, additions, and deletions?
No.
Great. And then our next up, we've got city official reports. Would you like to take it away, Ms. Armour?
Yes,
Great.
thank you. Jennifer Armour, Assistant Director, and we'll go ahead to the next slide. Just a brief update on the upcoming meetings. For your next meeting in 2 weeks on March 26th, we are expecting to provide a parking program update, as well as have a discussion on the retail nodes for South El Camino Real, as was requested as part of your discussion of the HIP AHIP program. And then on April 9th, currently we have tentatively scheduled the Crescent Park traffic calming and ADU ordinance updates. Next slide. An update on recent council activities related to PTC. On March 3rd, the HIP AHIP update was approved as recommended by the PTC on December 17th. On March 10th, the City Council approved the consultant contract to begin work on the San Antonio Road Area Plan. And so we'll be having a kickoff meeting on that soon. And then on March 17th, the City Council is scheduled to consider the vesting tentative map for the project at 4335 El Camino Real. As that was recommended by PTC on February 26th, that is a consent calendar item. And that concludes my update.
Great, thank you. Do we have anybody from transportation here? Hi, Mr. Rios.
Hi. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer. And thanks, Jennifer gave the updates on our upcoming items. We have the parking updates and the Crescent Park traffic calming. Only one minor update related to the Crescent Park traffic calming. I just got word that the pedestrian rectangular rapid flashing beacon that was in progress at University and East Crescent is complete. I haven't been there myself. I'm going to check it out first thing in the morning to confirm, but understanding that it's up and running now. I don't have any other updates, but I'll be around for questions.
Any questions for staff from the commission? I've got a light here from Commissioner G.
Hello, thank you. Not quite a question, more of a comment for Mr. Ruiz. So I live near Meadow and Alma, and for the past, like yesterday and today, I've been having some issues where there's a new sign there where it says stop on the El Camino side of the tracks on red, just like it does on the Charleston side. But right now, a lot of the time, the signal isn't actually triggering the light change. So there's a huge backup on Meadow. It's been kind of flickering, like sometimes it'll work, but yesterday I was waiting there for over 15 minutes and about 4 or 5 cycles. So just wanted to comment on that.
I'm going to second that, by the way. I experienced the same issue because I drive the intersection regularly.
Okay, thank you. I'll have our crews look into that. It could be something damaged with the detection. So.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, then we're going to move on to our first action item of tonight. This is a public hearing that's quasi-judicial for 660 University Avenue. It's We are to make a recommendation on the applicant's request for approval of a planned community on 3 parcels, 511 Byron, 660 University, and 680 University / 500 Middlefield Road. It's going to be deconstruction of existing medical office buildings and construction of a new 6-story mixed-use building with 66 residential rental units and about 9,100 square feet of office and a 2-level below grade parking garage. So I see that there's lots of folks here. Welcome. Thank you for coming. And I just wanted to remind everyone that we ask you to please raise your hand online or submit your speaker card within 5 minutes of the end of the staff presentation, just because that allows us then to make a determination for how long each speaker should have to speak. So could we do disclosures? Maybe start with Commissioner Heckman. We'll just go down the line.
No disclosures.
I'd like to disclose that I did a site visit for this location. And also earlier today, I did call FEMA and learn some more information about some of the information provided in the packet. Thank you.
I did a site visit.
I also did a site visit.
I also did numerous site visits over the period of application process.
Nothing to report.
No disclosures.
Great, thank you.
Can I interrupt for a moment, Chair?
Yes, please.
Just if you learned new information, could you get your site visits or otherwise, could you please disclose that as well? Thank you. Like what the information was.
Yeah, so today I called, sorry, let me just get the exact agency subname within FEMA. I talked to the FEMA Mapping and Insurance Exchange and learned that, so in the packet, I can't recall which page, it mentioned that there's a specific FEMA requirement on the underground parking, and they mentioned that this is only for their specific insurance program and not a FEMA overall requirement.
So could you just expand on that a little bit, the context around that, so that everybody listening can understand?
So my understanding from what I've learned through discussions with staff and also ARB hearings is that the reason why part of the reason why we have the commercial office space, as mentioned in attachment E, is so that for mixed use and non-residential projects, they in order to have an underground parking garage in this specific flood zone, which is designated as AH flood zone type, it needs to be no more than 75% residential in order to qualify for this insurance. But the packet seems to state that this is a FEMA overall requirement, but in my discussion with this FEMA sub-agency previously mentioned, they said that this is actually not a requirement by FEMA itself, but only for this insurance program. And the developers and other folks living at this establishment may choose alternative insurances if they choose to develop fully residential, per my discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Yang, does that cover it then?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. So could we have the staff presentation now, please?
Good evening. My name is Emily Callis, and I'm the project planner for this project. There we go. As Chair Chang mentioned, this is for 660 University and its associated other addresses. The proposed project includes a comprehensive plan amendment to allow the existing office to be rebuilt in the multifamily comprehensive plan land use designation when part of a housing development. The project also includes a PC planned community or planned home zoning rezoning to include a new 6-story mixed-use building with approximately 9,000 square feet of office and 66 residential units, 20% of which will be provided at below market rates, 2 levels of underground parking with a total of 78 parking stalls, a height exception to the 35-foot height limit set by the PC special requirements. The proposed building is a total of 73 feet and 6 inches. The project also proposes reduced setbacks on all street sides, either at or below grade. And it also deviates in other ways from the Palo Alto Municipal Code 18.38 PC special requirements. Additionally, as a separate project at a later point, this will require merging the 3 existing parcels and then subsequently subdividing it to accommodate the office as a separate condo from the residential component. This is an overview of the public hearings this project has had up to this point. It began with a pre-screening in October of 2021. The last time the PTC saw it was in November of 2022. It was also scheduled to come to the PTC in July of 2024. However, this was canceled at the applicant's request as they wanted to make some redesign changes. That redesign was submitted to the city in October. It received a recommendation from the ARB in December, and now we are here asking for a recommendation from the PTC before it goes to City Council. Major changes from the last time the PTC saw this project. The setback on Middlefield Road has been increased. It is 24 feet to the building wall. However, it is only 15 feet 8 inches to the raised platform, since again, this project is in the flood zone and is required to be approximately 1 foot 9 inches above grade. Additionally, the parking below grade goes essentially all the way to the property line. This is required to provide at least 25% non-residential floor area to meet FEMA requirements. It is my understanding from the Public Works Department review that we will not be able to approve the project unless it meets those insurance requirements. But that is my understanding at this time. As a part of this, the building is approximately 20,000 square feet larger. This is primarily for the ground floor amenity space, again, to reach that 25%. It did not increase the square footage of office and only slightly increased the number of housing units. The increase in height from 4 stories to 6 stories. It increased the number of units from 63 to 66. As a part of that, they provided 1 additional below market rate unit, and the below market rate income distribution also changed slightly. The office use was moved from the ground floor to the 6th floor. And as a part of this, the roof deck residential amenity space was removed. There's a smaller 6th floor deck that is for the use of the office tenants. This slightly reduced this did reduce the common usable open space for the residents. But later in the presentation, I'll break that down a little further. And the increase in height also increased the daylight plane encroachment. This slide gives a sense of the floor plan for the ground floor. Again, it shows the setbacks for the building. It's about a 10-foot setback on the Byron side and University side. And on the Middlefield side, it is as I described. Additionally, on the Byron side, you can see that the ramp to the garage as well as the stair access to the garage are also encroaching into that setback and are closer to the property line. Oh. Sorry, I just realized this wasn't in full screen mode.
Quick question, since you're zooming in on that. Did you just say 10 feet on both the Byron and the University side? Because I'm looking at a...
It's 12 feet.
Okay.
This shows the elevation on the Byron Street frontage compared to when the PTC had previously viewed these plans. The material changes were also part of the ARB review process. And this shows the primary elevation on University Avenue. Some key considerations for the Planning Commission to consider include the height and daylight plane, which exceeds the planned community special requirements, the average open space, which was reduced, the special setbacks, as well as the 30% parking reduction. This shows a detail of the height and daylight plane, the height, 73 feet, 6 inches. This number is slightly different than what's shown in the plans because I've added the 1 foot 9 inches that it is above existing grade. It's 82 feet at the elevator overrun, which is allowed, or an additional 15 feet above the maximum height limit is allowed for elevator overruns and similar equipment. So when we're looking at what we consider the maximum height to be for the purpose of the zoning code, would be 73 feet, 6 inches. When we are comparing this to the underlying code, this is currently in the RM20 zoning district. As a PC, there is a special requirement for 35 feet when adjacent to the RM20 zone. And this also shows the daylight plane encroachment. The daylight plane shown here is the RM20 daylight plane 10 feet above grade and then at a 45-degree angle. This image shows where it is adjacent to the existing neighboring Coast Live oak tree, where the building is slightly closer. On the other side of the block where the project is closer to a single family house, there is no fourth floor encroachment because that portion of the building is set back slightly, but there is still the same encroachment at the 6th floor. The project proposes 734 square feet of ground floor common open space for the residents as it is off of the residential lobby area. Currently, all but 6 of the units have balconies that are 60 square feet or larger, giving an average of 96 square feet of open space per unit. However, the Architectural Review Board did recommend removing the balconies that are within the tree protection zone of the oak tree. Additionally, the office deck mentioned earlier on the 6th floor is 1,146 square feet. A draft environmental impact report was prepared by Rincon Consultants with the city acting as the agency. It was published and in circulation from April to May of 2024. A final EIR has been prepared and found no new significant impacts. This slide has the planned community findings for your reference. They're also in the report. And the recommended motion is for the PTC to consider the final EIR and recommend approval to council through the following separate documents. The PTC may also consider continuing the project or recommending denial based on revised findings. This concludes my presentation. The applicant also has a presentation to present. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we hear from the applicant, please?
Sorry, just to clarify really quick, we were told we would have up to 15 minutes. Is that true or is it 10 minutes?
It's supposed to be 15 minutes.
Okay, I saw it 10 on it. So. Okay, sorry, let's get situated here. Go to the beginning. Okay, great. Just go like this. Okay, perfect. Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Lund Smith from Smith Development. We're grateful for your time tonight to discuss 660 University project. Before diving into the specifics and turning it over to Ted Korth, our architect, I want to let you know that the following key members of our team are here either in person or via Zoom tonight. You can see so there's Courts and Sarahagi Architects, Gazzardo Partnership, BKF Engineers, Arbor Resources, and TDM Specialists. Also want to thank staff for their thorough report of the project. So wanted to just kind of highlight some key elements of this project. Oh, sorry about that. Here we go. I think share right here. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. So if you want, you can look at your slides on the second slide right here. Some key members of our Ted. It's not changing. Sorry about that.
Sharing, right?
Sharing is not. Okay.
Just do the right arrow.
Okay, so diving into our timeline here, I just wanted to kind of share the timeline. So we've been in this process since 2021. Two significant changes have occurred in the last 4 years of this process. We've been before ARB a couple of times, City Council for pre-screening, and also before this body as well. The first significant change happened in 2021. We moved the driveway from Middlefield to Byron. And this accommodation was made in response to concerns from the neighbors about traffic and safety. This required a complete redesign of the parking garage and ground floor layout, and many underground parking stalls were also lost. The second significant change happened as a result of a meeting with you in November of 2022, specifically adhering to the 24-foot special setback on Middlefield Road. This change had a bit of a domino effect on the project. Setting the building back to 24 feet resulted in the loss of ground floor efficiency, loss of underground parking stalls, and a loss of units per floor. So due to the significant impact in our unit count, we initially changed course and pursued a 100% residential project, only to find out during the redesign, as you point out, talking to FEMA, due to our site being in a flood zone, we were required to maintain a 25% non-residential component to meet FEMA requirements. And we had several conversations with city staff and also other consultants in regards to that. While responding to these hurdles, it's been challenging, but in addition, we've also worked extensively with the city arborist and our arborist to ensure the current and future health of our neighbor's oak tree. We've made revisions to address ARB ad hoc comments. We've maintained but not increased the amount of office space, as Emily pointed out. And we've also, per council's feedback, we've added unit count. We've actually increased the size of our market rate units, and we've increased the size, unit count, and level of affordability of all of our affordable units. So wanted to let Ted get into the specifics. And again, we're available for questions after.
Thank you. I'm Ted Korth with KSH Architects. So this is the site. It's shown in blue on University again between Byron and Middlefield. And this is the context, and there are some large residential buildings surrounding the site. It's shown in blue dotted line right now. So these are existing buildings on the site and the adjacent buildings, different residential projects. So the existing site has two buildings on it. The setback on Middlefield today is 10 foot 11 inches. And then along Middlefield, this is just a diagram that shows varying setbacks today for existing buildings, some as low as 8'6" and some at 24 feet. The building as proposed is 24 feet along Middlefield Road. So a view of the project from Middlefield and University. The ground floor has the residential lobby. It has residential amenity spaces, office lobby, and at the corner, there's a planned fitness center to be used by the residents of the building and those that work in the office space as well. You can see the setback on Middlefield Road is 24 feet to the face of the main portion of the building with landscaping in the foreground. Then on University Avenue, those areas that are shown on green are proposed public art, and our clients hired Catherine Wagner, who's a very well-known artist, to do the design for those three areas. On Byron, that's where the cars enter and exit the project. The building steps down, and you can see the deck that Lund described at the top floor. And then along Middlefield Road, the building steps down towards the adjacent one-story neighbor. Again, landscaping on the left side of the building and landscaping on the foreground adjacent to Middlefield Road. So at the ground floor, the area in yellow is the residential use, their lobby and their common amenity spaces. In blue is the ground floor lobby for the office space. And in purple is the proposed fitness center to be used by both. And you can see the ramp, how it enters the building off of Byron on the left side. So the first level below grade is primarily parking for office users. There's also bike parking down there. And the level below is the parking primarily for the residential users. The typical floors have a combination of studios, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. The unit count, as Lund described, has varied. They were almost all studios the last time we presented this. The first project that was approved by the ARB had primarily studios. This has larger units. And then the third floor, fourth floor steps back on the right side. And then the fifth floor, and then the sixth floor is office, and that terrace is located on the left side on the bottom. Then along the linear side that faces the building adjacent to it, there's a tall landscape screen that's proposed to provide privacy. Different units and different dimensions. And then this compares, as Lund was describing, the May 2024 project had 63 units and 48 were studios, 12 1-bedrooms and 3 2-bedrooms. And the proposed project today is 66 units with 38 studios, 22 1-bedrooms and 6 2-bedroom units. There are 14 BMR units in this project. And then the unit distribution for the below market rate units before, there were 13, there are 14 now, and 3 of the units are in extremely low income bracket. So from Middlefield Road, the building steps down from top to bottom towards the adjacent residential home. And their materials and the details have been developed working with the ARB. University Avenue showing the public art. And this is the Byron elevation. And then the elevation adjacent to the oak tree, which is left of center there, has been recessed to accommodate the arborist recommendations to preserve that tree. Section through the building shows the setback on Middlefield Road. There's a 3-foot area there where there's a higher level where that person's standing next to the tree, which is for FEMA guidelines, but it's planted with landscape. And the section along the Middlefield Road, you can see the adjacent home and you can see the daylight plane and how it does expand beyond the daylight plane on the 6th floor. The clients had a number of discussions with the neighbors that own that house. They've seen the 4-story version where it was set back 10 feet on Middlefield Road, and they've seen the proposed 6-story project with it set 24 feet back, and they prefer this 24-foot setback for the 6-story building. These are the materials for the project and details requested by the ARB. And then I'd like to turn it over to Paul Lettieri, our landscape architect. So to go forward, you just did here.
Got the instructions. Good evening. I'm Paul Lettieri, a principal with the Gazzardo Partnership, landscape architects for the project. I'll spend more time on this slide than the others. It's just got a little bit more descriptive information. We tried to keep all of the healthy street trees along University and just replace the ones that needed to be replaced. We're trying to utilize the flood level to integrate planters, entries, ramps, stairs into the space, so you really wouldn't be very aware that there's any flood component to it. It would simply be the landscape frontage to the site, and that's true on all the sides of the building. When we get to the back of the building where the deck is underneath the oak tree, which has been talked about a lot. Our concept there is to leave the asphalt parking lot in place to minimize any root disturbance. And everything we're showing there is put on top of the asphalt as if it was like a roof deck. The roof deck the wood deck that's there would be supported by pedestals that would sit directly on the asphalt. The planting that's shown there is in raised containers that is also sitting on it. We have sections that show it. So we could try to minimize any impact that any surface activity would have, because it's all paved around that tree now. The other aspects of the site, we have some exterior patio space to the right of that deck, that sort of yellowish grid that's there. And the tree planting that's shown dances onto and off the structure. So some of it's on top of the garage, some of it's in the ground. We tried to make it so that you really can't tell whether you're on the ground or on top of the structure. It's sort of a seamless landscape all the way around the building relative to the structure beneath it. Lower right corner, transformers, which are hidden behind a screen fence. You can see the gate swings there, maybe just off to the right there. And those have been revised several times based on ARB input and getting them for as far back as possible to work. This gives you just a sense for the kind of materials we're talking about. The bike racks, we have short-term bike parking along the street frontages as well. The bollard lighting, we have some open wire fence on part of the site. There's a picture of the existing concrete wall that's back next to the tree that we're going to keep and simply put our new fence on top of that using the same footing. So again, no disturbance of the ground itself. This is also just a collection of some of the plant material, not every single thing. We have 82% native plants on the site by count. This gives you a little sense of the variety of color, textures, and low water use plants we're using. The roof deck is now on this backside of the building, and it's a much more passive roof deck than the previous one we had, I don't know, a few years ago. There's no outdoor TVs, there's no barbecues. It's a passive space for office users. The planting along the bottom is set against a screen fence as well, which blocks a view of anyone that's on that deck actually to the outside world. We have a section that I'll show you in a moment. Here you go. So you can see the edge there. The planters are sort of set down into the structure a bit. And we've got that 4'7" dimension, which is where that sight line obscures the view of folks from the deck looking down to adjacent homes. There's a few pictures here of the existing tree, which you've probably all seen. It's close proximity to the building off-site. It's close proximity to the property line and retaining walls and other wonderful features that are there in that lower left picture. That's the wall that we're keeping. That's just to the right of the white bollards that the fence would go on top of. And this drawing shows just the relationship of the oak to the building and what we think one significant branch that would be pruned on the tree. There may be other minimal pruning that will happen, but that's to be determined as the project develops. And this gives you a little bit closer view. It shows you how the deck would work with the pedestals under it. So those plastic pedestals that you may have seen on roof decks, that's what's holding up the wood decking. And you can see there's a difference in elevation between the finished floor of the building and that existing parking lot. So that allows us to do this so that we can leave the surface as is and make it work as shown here. And I think that is all for me.
This is just a list of different changes that have been made in response to comments we've had from neighbors and from staff and policymakers along the way. I'll go through a few of these. It was revised in response to multiple rounds of ARB and PTC comments. We comply with the 24-foot Middlefield Road setback above grade. The driveway was moved from Middlefield Road to Byron. The project maintains and preserves the health of the neighboring oak tree based on the city and arborist suggestions and guidelines. There's a larger tree protection zone below grade to protect the tree. They've agreed to increase the value bond for the oak tree 200%. The unit count has increased from 63 to 66 units, and below market rate units count has increased from 13 to 14. The unit count includes fewer studios and a greater number of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units, and the BMR units provide a deeper level of affordability. There's bird-safe glass posed for the 6th story. Public art is incorporated into the elevation on University Ave. And there are premium bike and shower facilities located on the ground floor to encourage people to walk and to bike to work and home. And that's our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, reminder to members of the public to make sure you submit your comment cards. And then let's see if there's any clarifying questions from the commission. Okay, Commissioner Heckman. And then Templeton.
Let's see, thank you. In the staff report, it's mentioned that there is a parallel application for this property. It's a builder's remedy SB 330 application. I'm sorry if I missed it in the oral presentation just now by staff. I know that the applicant didn't bring it up, but I just wanted to confirm whether or not that's accurate, that there is this other application out there that the applicant is holding that would be, I believe it's 88 units, roughly the same amount of office, and it would not have the setback on Middlefield that this proposed project has.
Yes, that's correct. That application is on hold while this one is being processed.
Okay. I did have one question about the Byron side. And maybe I just want to understand what's happening on that side. And so I'm wondering if we can pull up one of the slides that showed that Byron side view. Please.
The rendering?
Yeah, rendering.
Sorry, it takes so long.
That's all right. I know it's toward the front. There. Okay, so moving from right to left, I see the on the far right, is that the entrance to the parking garage, correct?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, and then next to it, I see sort of a gray or brown or gray. I can't tell if those are doors. What is that next feature?
It's a roll down door for service features in the building, so that trash and deliveries could be dropped off and then brought in through that area. And there's a ramp inside there to get up to the first floor.
That's what because I noticed in the plans that I could see that the trash compactor was inside behind that.
Yes.
Okay, now I understand. So those were my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Don't sit down so fast. You showed a slide with the daylight plane, and you were talking about how the sixth floor was affecting it. I was wondering if we could look at that again. So I noticed on the fifth and fourth floors in light gray, it appears it's slightly behind, but also in the daylight plane.
In this area?
Yeah, what can you explain, like to the left of that, above the line,
Right.
in the light gray?
So this is the line of the sixth floor line. Floor line is in this location. So there's a chip of the fifth
Sir,
floor.
I apologize. I don't, that part I got. It looks like
Okay.
there's light gray in the back. Is that?
Oh, back here?
Yeah.
So the building, half of the building is set back like this, and the half adjacent to Byron comes out to this face of the face of the building below. So that's in the distance.
That's part of this project though?
It's part of this project,
But
it's
it doesn't
back.
have the daylight plane issue?
Because the property on the opposite side along Byron is a commercial use.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure we're clear because I saw it there and it wasn't explicitly like.
Apologize.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. And then the other one, can we look at the deck with the tree, I think?
Paul's drawing.
There's a kind of an aerial view. Oh, sure, this is fine. Okay, I have some comments about that later, but the whole deck is under the oak tree, right?
Yes.
Okay. That will be feedback, but I just want to make sure I understood the design. All right, I'll tell you more about that later. Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken?
Thank you, Chair. So for the applicant, I'm a little unclear on where the bird-friendly materials are being used. So the glazing on the sixth floor office is clear, but is understandable. But yes, we need to clarify this. The plan set, page A4.1A, talks about a clear glass being used for railings as well. So first question is, did you consider using bird-friendly material for railings?
We certainly could. We haven't specified that at this point. The bird-friendly glass for the sixth floor, it's a grid of white dots, and I think they're 3 inches on center, something like that. So that's something that could be incorporated into the railings.
Okay. And what about the windows on the oak tree side where we'd expect a lot of bird activity?
We hadn't considered that, but we certainly could if that was something that, I guess, yeah, that's a good point. They won't be coming from a long distance and flying into the glass, but they would be nearby.
Yeah, I'm no expert on this, so I'm just bringing it up as a potential consideration. Okay, and the last question I have is, I presume as is normally required nowadays, that the parking spaces are unbundled. So do you have a notion of what the price for a parking space in the building is going to be?
Boyd Smith, it is unbundled, but we have not gotten that far to think that through.
Okay, so not even a rough approximation at this stage?
I actually have no idea what the people are charging, have not looked into that. We don't own other apartments, so I don't really have, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
Go ahead. Commissioner Suma.
I was trying to listen and write at the same time, which I'm not good at. But I was wondering if my fellow commissioner mentioned the balcony glass too, which should really be bird safe. You did. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. To the applicant, is this a steel structure, wood structure, or concrete structure? So I understand what we're looking at, or are you not at that point yet?
We have contemplated all of the above, but we aren't quite sure yet.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner G.
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant about I think a slide much further than this, about the landscape drawing.
Look at the plan.
Yeah, can we go back to the diagram that you said you spent a lot of time on? I had some questions about that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
That one?
On the bottom right corner, I'm seeing a section that says it's like in kind of a dark gray, a drivable surface in front of gates. Can you help me understand what's that is down there?
Yeah, it's turf block. It's turf block on the inside of the gate. It's turf block with gravel filling it in. So because we didn't see any need to put planting in it. On the outside, it would have low planting growing in it.
Yeah. What's the purpose of this?
It's access to the transformers for which are behind it, and also it's an egress for people to be able to get out the back of the building. So there's a man gate, and there's I think 2 gates on either side that would be open pretty much only for servicing transformers, to be extremely infrequent, we hope.
All right, thank you. And then I had a kind of another really silly question. I'm pretty new to looking at buildings like this, but so I'm looking at the height, which is on. Can't refer to the specific packet page, but for the nearby buildings, I believe that Lytton Gardens is 4 floors and about 44 feet. And this building is 6 floors and almost double the height at 80 feet. Can someone help me understand the discrepancies here? Is it, I guess like, is it because the floors are, I guess, yeah.
I don't have the exact dimensions for the Lytton on the other building, but ours has a little bit taller floor on the ground floor for the public spaces in the building. And then the typical floors are 9'9", which is a good height for a residential floor. So the 72-foot dimension goes to the roof above the office space. So the office space has, I believe it's a 14-foot floor to floor. So they're a little bit higher than just a pure residential floor.
So I guess if either you or staff can help me understand, like, is this pretty typical for a building? I guess, like, what is an average height for a floor?
We have seen over time that the floor to floor heights are increasing. It also can be affected when you've got commercial space, which generally has higher heights per floor than residential.
Right, thank you. And then I had one other question for staff. So on packet page 55, which is attachment E, I'm looking at the column in the middle here, which says ARB recommended plans. These seem pretty different from what I saw at the last ARB meeting. So is this accurate to what the ARB most recently recommended?
No, this was in comparison to the pre-October plans. So this is what the ARB had reviewed in April
Okay.
of 2024.
So my follow-up to that is, what are the, can we talk about the major discrepancies between what we're seeing today and what the ARB approved, or is that basically the same?
So what the attachment D is reflecting is what I had shown on the slide that I described as the changes. I can pull that up again.
And the intent of that comparison really is to show you what was going to be coming to you mid-year last year and what the project now looks like, just as part of that history.
Okay, that's helpful. So like it's useful to see the information. It's just a little bit mislabeled. Like this wouldn't, you wouldn't say this is what the ARB most recently recommended. And then as a follow-up on the third to last row where it says max total floor area ratio, in the new proposed, I noticed that there's a section called other, and also that the other square footage increased about 9,000 square feet. Can you help me understand where that went to?
Yes, that went to the ground floor amenity fitness area.
And this is considered other because it's neither residential nor office, I guess?
I had pulled it out because it will be available for use by both the office tenants and the residents.
And then for the FEMA calculation that we're doing here with the 75%, what is this other? Is this other being used as residential or non-residential, or are we unclear with that?
Only the area that is within the units and essentially floors 2 through 5 are the residential, and then the ground floor and 6th floor uses are being counted as non-residential.
Okay, thank you.
Back to Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. Question for staff. So we received a number of comments about possible reconfigurations of Byron. And it's my understanding that this is outside the scope of anything we can recommend or require tonight, anything we can require tonight. So is that correct?
So yeah, so I was checking with Emily to see, I know we have some staff and consultants available online. We do have somebody from the transportation consultant Hexagon available, though their expertise in relation to this project has more to do with the environmental review that was done on transportation impacts. So yeah, different configurations of the adjacent public right-of-way is not part of the scope of this project.
Right, that's as I expected. So if Mr. Rios or another representative from the Office of Transportation is here, I wonder if you could give a very brief explanation of what would be needed to consider changing the configuration of Byron as a future project.
We can pause for a moment to see if he is still here.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer. It's a good question. You know, I presume it would be similar to kind of changing the configuration of any roadway. I mean, if you're referring to either one way or removing parking on one side, it would be a similar process where you know, city council directs staff to look into different configurations, and then we would bring it through the various committees as options.
Okay, thank you. That's the right general answer I was looking for. I just wanted to have some guidance to give the folks who are interested in this so that it wasn't lost. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from my colleagues, I have a few. So this is for staff. What is the amount of the tree protection bond? I understand that it's 200% of X. What's the X?
It's 200% of the value of the tree. On Zoom, we also have Peter Gollinger, the manager of urban forestry. So I'm going to invite him to chime in.
Hi, Mr. Gollinger.
Good evening, Peter Gollinger, urban forester. None of the submitted arborist reports actually include the calculated reproduction value of the tree, which would be what would be used to determine the bond. I did an estimate based on some of the data in the arborist report, and it's variable, but it could be probably about $80,000 to $90,000 would be the reproduction cost of the tree. So it would be double that. Again, this is just an estimate based on the data that was included in the arborist reports. An actual appraisal would be a little more in-depth.
Thank you. That's helpful. Just kind of ballpark order of magnitude. Question for staff. Is there a loading zone or anything like that or any space that could be used as a loading zone? So we saw an area that Commissioner G asked about. Is that something that can be used, or is there anything else?
One of the area in front of the trash room essentially is intended to also be able to be used as a loading zone.
So, I mean, I saw something in the plans about signage indicating that during trash hours, no parking would be allowed there, but is that a spot that would then be permanently available for, say, Amazon delivery trucks and that kind of a thing? Or do we know how that would be handled?
It seems like we could have that be a loading zone so that there isn't permanent parking, since we don't want anyone blocking that access, but short-term loading would likely work.
Okay. Also wanted to take a look again at the slide that the landscape architect that Mr. Lettieri had spent a lot of time on. I had questions about the planter setback from Middlefield. I believe that the planters are required by FEMA, is that correct, Ms. Callis?
So the planters themselves are not specifically required, but that is how the architect designed the step up from the existing sidewalk to the base finished floor of the building.
Okay. Yeah, well, just give it a moment. So I was wondering what the distance, I had a hard time looking at the plans because they were small. The setback so I know that the building is set back 24 feet. So maybe I'll ask the applicant to come, or Mr. Korth to come up. What's the setback from Middlefield to the planter and from Middlefield to the patio, the outdoor patio?
So from Middlefield, there's a 12-foot sidewalk. Then from the property line, the building above, it goes back 24 feet, and to the place where the stair lands, it's 10 feet. So it would be 14 feet from the property line to the
patio,
to the berm. And that the patio is really just an exit path for the folks that are coming down the stair to leave the building.
Okay, well, it'll be easier for everybody to look at the.
I think I have to share again.
I might have to share again. Yep.
I think I can also get it if I can get my PDF to load fast enough.
There's a race.
Yeah.
At least. That works.
Okay, so it looks like from the the checker marks to the property line, the Middlefield property line, you're saying that that is 14 feet, is that correct? It's like the green,
Correct.
okay. And then where do now I can't see the planters, or where do the planters go here on that?
The whole area from the grids you're seeing, the green area to the right out to the sidewalk on Middlefield is planting. And the planters slope, the soil in the planter slopes down like
Thank
this,
you, that helps.
so that at the street, it's only like a 6-inch curb.
Got it.
And when you get up to the building, it's up, it's a couple of feet above what the grade of the street would be. That's how we got the trees there. There's some contour lines that maybe you can see them underneath the trees that kind of shows the mounding. If I could zoom in a little bit, there's some elevation shown, but those dashed lines that you see going vertically on the plan, those are contours just to indicate that the ground's moving up.
Thank you. That helps clarify things a lot. Thank you very much. And then what about on the university side?
On the university side, the planter walls are basically the height of the finished floor of the building. So you go up steps, what is it, 30 inches? Yes. So it's 30. So the wall's 30 inches high. That is surrounding. If you can see the pointer, that planter there is 30 inches tall, from basically from the sidewalk, and then there's steps to the left of it that allow you to get up to the lobby of the building, and then the ramps that are just to the left of that in plan allow you to roll up to that same entry.
Okay, and then
true for both
my
entries.
understanding is there's a 6-foot setback on the university side, correct, for the face of the building. So then how far from the property line is the 30-inch?
It's basically on the property line. It's on top of the edge. What's below that planter is the garage.
Got
the garage line runs along that. So, it's going to be, I don't know, 12 inches back from the property line. There's shoring and all those kinds of details, but essentially it's at the property line.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I had one question for Mr. Yang. Oh, no, actually, before I go to Mr. Yang, I had a question about you had mentioned something about the daylight plane, Mr. Korth, on the Byron side. Is that, so we haven't seen anything about the impact of the 6th floor
So let me go.
on the Byron side, and I believe that there's some public comments that came in about that, so I wanted to ask for I don't know that there's an elevation in there.
I can show you. So this is the one off of Middlefield. And then if you look at
If I may, I think that the project plan sheet shows it a little bit more accurate, or not necessarily accurately. It's the same diagram, but I can more easily flip between the Byron side and the Middlefield side. And I think that's what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this side is the Byron side, closer to the oak tree. That shows the building encroaching at the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors.
Right. Okay.
And then this sheet shows where it is stepped back. This is the Middlefield side. And so, but still looking from the Byron side, which is a little confusing.
I'm confused. I am indeed confused.
It's a section of the building that is close to Middlefield rather than a section through the building close to Byron. So that's why the daylight plane is on the same side of the screen.
Yeah.
Because it sections through the building. If you're the one looking at the section, you've cut the cake of the building, but you're still standing in the same place. The first one that we saw was cutting the building at a location that's closer to Byron Street.
Yeah, there's actually a key plan here, so we can
There
go
we
ahead
go.
and explain
So you
that. So for this one where you can see more of the encroachment, oh, of course, this one doesn't have a key plan.
Okay, but then maybe, Ms. Callis, you can help me understand. Is there an impact of this building on the buildings across the street on Byron? Across Byron, because it's so tall. And I thought I'd seen a public comment saying something about that. And so I just wanted to understand that dimension.
We did not ask for a shadow study to be completed for this project, and the intent of the daylight plane is looking at how the building massing impacts projects on the same block. So looking at the dental building, single-family house on Middlefield and the Hamilton building, but not, it's not designed to be looking across at what's on the other side of Byron.
Okay. Is that ever something that we're concerned about in the city, given Byron's not a super wide street?
This project is to the north of Byron.
Yes.
So I don't think it would be expected to cast a shadow.
Can we take a look at the elevations along University Avenue so we can see the massing along the right side that would be closest to Byron? So we can see there that it is the full height. And then when we look at the elevation from Byron, oh, and
It's
here we go.
the bottom one on this
Okay.
page.
And the middle one, that one there, scroll to the right. So this shows the property that is across Byron Street. There's a fair number of street trees, it looks like, along there. But generally with a street in between, that's enough distance that we're not looking in detail at privacy concerns.
It was less privacy concern and more daylight plane issue
shadow
that I was
daylight plane.
concerned about because of what one commenter said, but.
And if you think of the daylight plane being drawn starting at a property line across the street, right? Because it's usually done at the shared property line. It would, I don't know if it's completely below it, but it's probably less encroaching.
Okay,
because of the
so
width
we're
of
not
the
sure
street.
is the answer.
No, we don't have a diagram of that.
Okay.
But it's not restricted by code.
Okay, thank you. And then, sorry, before I move on to one person, I had a question for Mr. Yang about whether you could speak to the public comment we received from Yimby Law regarding the perspectives about, it's hard for me to summarize, but maybe you could help me.
Sure. So that letter accurately quotes the state law, but it's factually incorrect about this project. So state law, the Housing Accountability Act says that if there's an inconsistency between the general plan and the zoning ordinance, that a project just has to be consistent with the general plan. But in this case, the project actually requires a change to the comprehensive plan, and that's part of the application. So the letter is factually incorrect. It's not consistent with our general plan. And beyond that, the letter also interprets the Housing Accountability Act, where it says consistent if the zoning ordinance is inconsistent with the general plan, to mean just that there's a difference between the two. Whereas we understand that to mean that there's actually a conflict between the two. In most cases, the zoning ordinance is going to be more detailed than the general plan, but we don't view that as an inconsistency.
Thank you. That's very helpful. All right, Commissioner Suma, this might be our last one before we move to public comment.
Just briefly, sorry, I don't have a way to indicate that I wanted to speak, and this is related to the raised planting area. And my understanding, and that's on Middlefield. And then around the corner, I don't know if it's raised there or if it becomes raised where the deck is, that's on the rear of the building. But the planter shows trees planted in it. And I just wanted to confirm that 3 feet of soil is adequate because it'll be above the parking garage for actual trees to be planted there.
Right corner of the plan, the back of the building in the bottom right corner, or both?
Both
Well,
places.
both of them will have 3 feet of soil, and the ones on the Middlefield side will will be sitting on top of the garage completely. So they'll have access to all the other soil that's shallower than 3 feet as it slopes down. But there's a big zone at the top. The hill comes up and flattens out so that there's a zone where we have the depth. And then there's less depth, but the roots will still grow out into that. And the back of the building, there's a curve of the ramp below in the garage
Yeah,
that
so
we're
that's
tracking.
just a
So
grade.
we're on top of that. So we have soil piled on top of that area as well, because that area is lower. So we have actually a decent amount of depth, but the trees there also have access to native ground because there's no wall around it. It's just soil on top of the concrete sloping up. There's no curb at the edge of it. And then it goes down to being grade before you get to the oak tree area where we're not touching anything. It's back down to the existing grade and basically untouched.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna ask one more question. A question of staff. So can we put road above the, oh, you are? Okay. Well, I'll wait till later then. Let's listen to all the public comments. Ms. Dow, what do we have?
I have 2 groups and then 10 individual speakers. So first is a group by Christopher Reed. Yeah.
Okay, 2 groups and 10 individual speakers. All right, let's just go for it then.
Yes, so first group, Christopher Reams, speaking on behalf of Anne, Peggy, Marilyn, and Dennis. And then their second group is Carol.
I'm also speaking on behalf of a lot of the neighbors in this area. We've got all these people here supporting us in opposition. We have the first slide, thank you. I am most concerned about the coast live oak tree there that you've heard about already, because I think that's going to cause a real problem. If it's not treated correctly, it's going to die and crash into the Hamilton and probably kill a couple of people on the way. Seriously, it's a huge tree. Next slide, please. There it is. The tree was defined, it's defined as a protected tree because of its size. It's got a 50-inch diameter trunk, around 60 feet tall, and mostly balanced canopy spreading nearly 90 feet across. Next. There's the tree. Beautiful tree. Next. Okay, the tree protection zone for this tree is 41 feet according to the code regulations of the city of Palo Alto. However, the applicant just arbitrarily said, well, now let's make it 30 feet. There is a history as to why they said that, because they had filed some plans originally without showing the tree, and they never wanted to change where the buildings were. They just decided that's where they wanted the buildings. Oh, wait, later they learned about a tree. And even when they say 30 feet, they also then go on to say, and you'll see this, that if you're going to have to dig into the ground, we'll just call it 20 feet. Next, please. Oh, can you, something happened there. That slide is screwed up somehow or other. It's supposed to be the tree showing the fact that it's jutting into the building, and this slide is off. So I just apologize for that. Something in Silicon Valley technology here. Next slide, please. Yeah, there we go. What I was trying to show you on these slides was that the tree intrudes into where the building is. What they wanted to do was say, we can take it 30 feet and that takes it to the edge of the building. But then they disregarded what the ARB said at its last meeting, was that their approval was conditioned upon getting rid of the balconies. But they did not get rid of the balconies, as you can see, not on this plan, unfortunately, that stick 6 feet into the tree. So basically that's now a 24-foot back from the tree. But in reality, you've got people out on those balconies, you've got to cut the tree back further so that those people aren't just getting their eyes poked out by a pruned limb. So I would say that's 5 or 6 more feet coming back, which takes you down to less than a 20-foot TPZ. And next slide, if we can, okay. If my slide originally would have shown you how much that was cutting off, and it's well over half of the canopy on that side of the tree, which tilts the tree quite a bit. Then we go to the root system. Next slide, please. This is what the roots supposedly look like, taken by a LiDAR, which is a radar reader that was hired by the city of Palo Alto to read where the roots are. These are showing out to 51 feet because he stopped at that point. But you can see how strong the roots are still at 51 feet. So I don't know how far out they go, probably 100 feet, maybe further. Next slide, please. This is what happens when the garage goes in. It cuts off those roots. There's no way those roots are going to go around that garage. So the roots have been cut back. Then they have this thing about a 20-foot zone. They're saying we can go in for 20 feet. Next slide, please. Here's their 20-foot. This is what they're saying in their tree protection report, so that they can go in 20 feet and tear up the ground there. Next, please. Okay, let's do another one then. There we go. There it is. This shows a 20-foot radius for tree protection. They've cut all the, oops, we've already, okay. Anyway, that's what they would cut back, and they're going to cut a lot of that because they have to get in there in construction. They're going to be in there cutting a lot of roots. Next, please. This is a comparison between what is there now and what will be there after they cut back to that 20 feet. What I'm telling you about this is, first of all, we know about the canopy is going to try to tilt it over. Suddenly, you don't have roots there to hold it back. I think this tree is in serious danger if you let this project go forward. Okay, next. Moving on to another question, parking, next. Their report says 111 stalls are required by code. They recognize that and acknowledge it. Next. But they only provide 69 stalls, leaving 42 cars to roam around the neighborhood looking for some place to park. Now they can say because of our busing system or something, people won't have those cars. That's not true, you know that. Maybe they'll ride the bus to go to work, commute, but on Friday night, they want to have a car, and they will have a car. And those cars will be parking someplace out into the middle of our neighborhood. Okay, next, please. This is the daylight plane. Next. You've already seen this one. I just wanted to point it out to you. I didn't know it was going to be brought up before. Okay, next. Okay, this is to me a very big point. There are 36 balconies on the University Avenue side. Those balconies extend out 6 feet. The face of the building is 6 feet back from the sidewalk. Where does that leave the balcony? It's right at the edge of the sidewalk. Imagine a July Friday night, Saturday night. There's a little party up there on the balcony. Somebody holding a beer bottle, leaning on the railing. Oops, dropped it. It went 5 stories down. If it hits somebody, it will kill them. That's why I'm saying danger. I don't know why you would have these balconies that close. It's going to be a dangerous thing to have. I did want to point out, I think your chair pointed this out pretty well, that the garage goes right out to the property line. There's no step back on that garage. And is that a problem on Middlefield Road? What will the city be able to do if it wants to make some improvements to Middlefield Road when the garage is right up to the property line edge? Okay, next line, please. This is, I think, says it so clearly. This was David Hirsch's comment about this project. This is too much building in too small of a space. And he actually, remember, he said this when it was only 4 stories. We're up to 6 stories now. And that building is being built on what we call Senior Corner. I'm in the Hamilton. All these people are in the Hamilton. We've got Lytton Gardens there, got Webster House there. You've got people walking around, people driving around, not very well. It's going to be a mess there if you let this go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's our next speaker?
Next group is from Carol Gilbert, speaking on behalf of Kay and Joan, and then followed by Justine.
I'm Carol Gilbert, also from the Hamilton, and good evening, commissioners. We have a situation. There will be only 78 parking stalls to serve 60 living units plus the traffic for a floor of business offices. This is 33 less than needed in reality. The Transportation Demand Management Company offers a plan that purports to reduce the parking demand and encourage alternative transportation choices. There can be no guarantee that traffic reduction in the neighborhood will ever happen, according to that plan. Good positive changes in habits will be encouraged, but there is no way to enforce them. Residents will be asked to reduce single vehicle occupant commuter trips by 45%. Noble, but not enforceable standards. What they'll be doing is having flyers and handouts and bike support and carpool promotions. That's nice, and we're not against that, of course. But it's not a plan for real action. The question you are asked with which to deal is, where can the 660 residents park? 60 parking spaces are inadequate to support the residents plus clients. There is no parking on University or Middlefield. You want to put up the first slide, please? Thank you. And no street that surrounds 600 allows parking except Byron. When you look at the available spaces, I mapped out the fact that any place that I show in red has no parking, and any place that I show in green is 2-hour limited parking. I think if you're a tenant in this building, you are going to be like living in New York City as you drive all around trying to find something, because Byron has rather limited parking. And during the day, it's usually quite heavily parked, quite fully parked. We were not necessarily in favor of having the ingress egress for this building on Byron, but it was so obvious 4 years ago in 2021 that it wasn't going to be on Middlefield and it wasn't going to be on University. So it has landed on Byron. If you did a traffic study right now, it wouldn't look that bad to you. But with that many units and residents going in, there will be double or triple that kind of traffic on a very narrow street. I think it can be managed, but not without making changes to Byron. And I understand you cannot do that right now here at this meeting, but you can offer your opinions and recommendations when this goes forward from you to the city council, because we are not going to let this go. Next slide, please. You've already been told that it's Senior Corner, plus there is a church, dental office, a therapist's office, a nursery school. These are the kind of things that are on this one narrow, short block. This is a slide that shows that I took just the other day, and it's some of the people with walkers and with people with them, assisting them going from across from Senior Corners to the Methodist Church for their daily lunch. We have a lot of foot traffic, and that foot traffic is frequently on walkers, with canes, in wheelchairs, and elderly. There's no two ways around that. Next slide, please. This is a picture of Byron on a delivery day. Our building certainly gets plenty of deliveries. Don't you think this building will also? And you can see traffic is not going to get through on that slide. Next slide, please. This is a picture I just took at the end of February. Even as it stands, this is the kind of thing you will see on Byron. It's not easy to drive it. It's not easy for walkers who are elderly. Next slide, please. Yes, in their plans, they show a place for garbage and truck stops. It's going to take up something like 3 or 4 parking spaces, and it extends across both lanes of traffic, certainly when there are big trucks there. Next slide shows the width of Byron Street as it currently exists. And there is parking on both sides, and it's a two-way street. And I believe I sent some of this information to you in advance. I do plan to also talk to the fire department about access after this building goes in. I think for consideration that we really need to see a reconfiguration of Byron Street, making it two-way for sure because of ambulances and trucks that have got to have access there. And eliminate parking on one side and just have parking on one side. It's also been recommended to me that you make use of the underused Cowper Webster Garage as the go-to plan for neighborhood parking permits, not just hither and yon on the street. And I think this is something worthy of consideration. So if you'll put the next slide up. That's what I'm really talking about. And although you cannot make that decision and make that a demand right now, it's something that has got to be considered, and that I hope this commission will lend some credence to and include that in whatever you send on to city council. You are transportation and planning. And I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Justine, followed by Eli.
Good evening to all, and especially the Transportation Committee. I'm here as a resident of the Hamilton retirement community. We are a group of about 60 plus condos that are owned by our own selves, and we're managed by a board of directors. And so, in other words, each one of us own our own property. This is basically our last home. Most of it that we have, most people in their 70s and 80s, quite a few in the 90s, and we had 3 at least in the hundreds. So the Hamilton has been, for me, I'm a retired physician, a wonderful find, but quite by accident. It was tranquil, it was simple, it was just the perfect, you couldn't imagine a more perfect place to retire and end your years in. So I wanted today to describe to you what an elderly pedestrian looks like from the point of view of a physician. Because, we use the word pedestrian and we think able-bodied people walking in and out of places. But on Byron Street, because you have Webster across the street and you have Hamilton here, right on Byron, you have to look at a pedestrian as also an elder person who has a variable decreasing rate of processing information, that is slow reaction time, some degree of brain fog, balance problems, and medication side effects, etc. I could name thousands of medical issues that we are living with in the Byron. In the Hamilton on Byron Street is where we walk. So I'm one of those pedestrians. And I've been walking on the very sidewalk where all those vehicles entering and exiting from our own parking lots and other lots like the dentist's office and so forth, and the across the street church and kindergarten. But it's been fairly quiet, and basically you can manage it. But the proposed entrance and exit for the 660 University project, emptying on Byron, just changes that totally. Because not only will you be having bicycles, which we can't hear very well, coming at us, but you might have motorcycles, which are really have sound pollution day and night. So it seems it's just the plan is a very great hazard to those of us who have medical issues. I thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Eli, followed by Peter.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eli Robles. I'm a NorCal carpenter with Local 405 in the South Bay. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The proposed project at 660 University Avenue by Smith Development Group has the potential to be a great addition to Palo Alto. But for it to be truly a benefit to the community, it must be built the right way, with a responsible contractor that pays area standard wages, provides healthcare to its workers, and hires from accredited apprenticeship programs here in Santa Clara County. Palo Alto is a beacon city in Silicon Valley, attracting people from all over the world to live here. As commissioners, you have the power to ensure that new developments reflect the values of this fair community. Fair wages, good jobs, and responsible growth. We all have seen what happens when projects cut corners and exploit workers, poor craftsmanship, and a race to the bottom that hurts everyone. Palo Alto does not want this, and neither should you. That's why I want to extend my hand to you and find a path where we can work together to get this project to the finish line the right way. Let's set a standard now by making sure this project uses a responsible contractor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Peter, followed by Zenia.
Is Peter here?
Peter Giovannato. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Then Zenia, followed by Ali.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm Xenia Hammer, and I have family members living both at the Hamilton and in Lytton Gardens. And so I am very much share the concerns that have been raised so far about the size of the building, the height of the building, parking, daylight planes, and the impact on senior pedestrians in the area. I also want to especially thank Commissioner G for your clarification at the start of this meeting that there is no FEMA requirement for this building to have office space on top or anywhere. Thank you. And in your deliberation, I urge you to consider that there is no requirement for having office space in this building. We all agree that we need more housing, and this building can provide housing units. You know, I attended a meeting here last time around, and strangely, this project today is bigger than what we considered in this commission last time. That's surprising. So specifically, I want to talk a little bit about parking. I was reading Palo Alto regulations, and I saw somewhere, I couldn't find it today, but I do remember clearly seeing it, and maybe the city can clarify it, that projects of this size, of this many housing units, are required to have a street level parking spot on site. My huge concern is traffic on University Avenue. The entrance to the building is on University Avenue. Imagine all the drop-offs and pickups that happen for residents. Imagine all the food, you know, DoorDash and food deliveries that happen. Those cars are going to stop on University. Imagine what that's going to do to traffic on University at that very busy location. All the projects in this area have a circular driveway. Hamilton, Lytton Gardens, Webster House, they all have a circular driveway so that those drop-offs can happen outside of the traffic. And in this project, in this location where it is, that is required. And there's a city requirement for having one on-street level parking spot. And this project does not provide that. I also have serious concerns that have already been talked about regarding Byron. Byron is a narrow street. If you are leaving Byron and there's cars turning on to Byron from University, that is a head-on collision waiting to happen. I have had several near-miss head-on collisions where a car just zooms in onto Byron from University. Are you prepared to have a street light on University, on Byron? Because if you increase traffic on Byron, that will be needed. So I'm very concerned about having more street level parking as part of this project so that people can get dropped off at University in front of the front door. And again, all the other concerns basically boil down to the fact that this is, to quote former Commissioner Hirsch, it's too big of a building for too small of a space. And again, the traffic on Byron is just a huge concern, and also on University. I think setbacks is also important both on University and Byron. It's good that we have 24 feet on Middlefield. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd just like to ask the members of the public here to just hold your applause. We want to keep it calm in here. Thank you.
Next is Ali, followed by Amy on Zoom.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. The Housing Action Coalition is a member-supported nonprofit that advocates for creating more housing for residents of all income levels in order to help alleviate the Bay Area and California's housing crisis, shortage, and affordability crisis. Our endorsement committee had the chance to review Smith Development's proposal at 660 University, and we proudly endorsed the project. You should have received over 70 letters of support from neighbors that we helped organize. The proposal would bring 66 much-needed new units to Palo Alto. We were impressed with the project's dedication to affordable housing, with over 20% of the units for lower tiered affordable housing, which is high, especially considering the current economic conditions. By prioritizing affordable housing and urban development, we can create more sustainable and inclusive communities for everyone. We also appreciate the reduction of parking. We would further support reduction in parking in order to maximize housing. We are simply not in a parking crisis. We are in a housing crisis. In terms of land use, the project site central location with proximity to essential downtown amenities, including the Caltrain station, and the inclusion of ample bike parking facilities underscore a commitment to promoting environmental sustainability and reducing reliance on automobiles. The office space of the project is critical in the funding of the project, namely the housing, especially the affordable housing, will not pencil without office development in this residential property. In terms of overall design, we commend the steps Smith's Development has taken to preserve the oak tree and have even incorporated it into the design. This developer has done everything they possibly can to make this project pencil and incorporate the feedback of the community. This project will be critical for Palo Alto's housing element and to meet Bay Area's housing needs. Please move this project forward without any further delays. Thank you.
Next is Zoom. First is Amy Ashton.
Mr. Sue?
Amy, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
let's move on to the next person.
Okay. Next is Nielsen.
Go ahead, Mr. Buchanan.
Good evening. I've been involved with the downtown parking situation for the commercial core and the 10 residential zones outside the commercial core for over 10 years. I want to make 5 policy suggestions to you. First is we do have a very adequate data system from the Office of Transportation. It is easy to calculate the number of permits that will be issued from that building. Each resident has the opportunity to buy non-resident permits and park in the neighborhoods. So will the commercial residents or tenants as well, but the number of permits are limited for the non-residents. The Office of Transportation should be able to show you a very easy map to understand this, and also point out that the non-residents are in competition for a fixed number of parking spaces in the residential neighborhoods. I've tried for many years to understand the actual limits, but the city manager has the authority to issue 1,200, 1,500, 2,000 permits for non-residents to park in the neighborhoods. Time is not adequate tonight to go into that detail, but the Office of Transportation can explain this to you with a map in less than 5 minutes. So the policy issue is use this building as an example of data-driven decision-making of where parking actually goes, because the residents have the right to park in the building, presumably if the landlord allows it, but they also have to park anywhere in the 10 residential zones. Second policy issue, it would be really wise to draw a radius around the building and have the Office of Transportation create regular maps on the parking density on street faces in the residential neighborhoods. Policy issue number 2, what is the quality standard for residential street faces? How much density or how saturations does the city really want for residential street faces? We've never been able to get a statement from the city staff or from important commissions such as the Planning Commission. Number 4, why is Cowper-Webster off limits? I've tried and spent considerable amount of my personal money to get a legal interpretation of what prevents full use and control of the Cowper-Webster garage by the city staff. I finally got an answer, frankly, from one of the landlords in the parking assessment district. But that question needs to be answered by city attorney, because Cowper-Webster is not, the all-day parking is not open to the free market. There is short-term parking available to all, but a substantial portion of the Cowper-Webster garage is not open to the public. Furthermore, it is the least well-utilized garage in the downtown. The 5th issue I'd like to bring up is something that will be elusive. What are the parking incentives, pricing incentives that will be created by the landlord of this building? That is something that's probably not in the public domain, but very much influences where the tenants and the residents will choose to park. It's very easy for residents to be priced out of parking for no other reason that parking in the residential neighborhood is so inexpensive. That differential is something that should be in the domain of the Office of Transportation. I'd be happy to come back and explain these in detail, but I've done my best to do it in 4 minutes. 5 policy issues that have not been answered, and it's critical for all the future developments of commercial developments in the 10 residential zones. A map of that is very helpful to understand what I'm talking about. So thank you very much for 4 minutes. Good night.
Thank you so much. I think we can go back to Amy Ashton now.
Yes, Amy, if you can unmute, you have 5 minutes.
Go ahead, Ms. Ashton. It's not working. Okay, let's go on to the next speaker then, I think.
Next is James.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Commissioners. My apologies that I cannot be there in person this evening. My name is James Suh. I am a resident of Palo Alto for about 20 years. I am speaking in support of this housing project at 660 University Avenue. As I believe, we do need more housing projects like this in Palo Alto and the region as a whole, of course. I feel the addition of 66 units here is a pretty positive move in addressing Palo Alto's, pressing housing shortage. As one of the speakers said, I'm equally impressed by the owner's commitment to 20% affordable housing. I think approving this project really would showcase your dedication to providing these opportunities for, individuals, that have diverse socioeconomic backgrounds, to really, live and really thrive in this community, and not just for sort of the affluent sort of groups. I think we can all agree that this is necessary here, and we need to expand these housing options, because we just need to accommodate our growing population here. And if you are going to build a slightly denser project, then I believe doing so in the proximity of downtown, near all the amenities, and supporting our local retailers is a very smart move. I know that it's also close to, proximity to the Caltrain. I think I heard that the owner's providing bike parking. I think this is going to make the project a very attractive place to live, while at the same time, obviously decreasing their environmental footprint. I think these are all positive things. I do feel pushing back. I've heard a couple of comments tonight about height. I think pushing back against height right now is the wrong fight at this time. I suspect, don't know, but that the additional units and the increased height is probably what makes this project work, given, these financially difficult times. So I can actually congratulate the architect and the owner of doing a pretty great job, I think, of articulating the facade and stepping back to top floors and making the building really overly attractive. I think they could have gone very cheap and didn't look like they did that. So congratulations to them. My hope is that tonight, this commission will approve this project to be sent to council, and really do hope that the project sponsor can get started as quickly as possible, before inflation and these out of control tariffs make it even more difficult to proceed. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Next, Amy, if we can try again.
Go
Can you
ahead,
hear?
Ms. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yay! New computer needs to be ordered. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling in support of this project. I live 2 blocks away and just wanted to note that my fence and front stairs are in the special setback on Middlefield. I'm excited for the new energy at this corner, new customers for downtown businesses, and new neighbors this project will bring. I live almost entirely car-free downtown, and thanks to the location of this project, I imagine many of these new residents will do the same, which is consistent with our climate goals and our comp plan. And please note that if this project was 1 block over, 0 parking would be required under AB 2097. And also important, a survey by the city of Palo Alto found that occupied parking rates for mixed size downtown apartments, and that's across unit size, studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, is 0.75 spaces per unit. This is a city survey. This project well exceeds this ratio, and I would expect it to be successful. After years of process and more changes and architectural updates than any of us can count, please move this project forward to the City Council for final review. A continuance serves none of us. I can't wait to welcome new neighbors to my community and see this beautiful building in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Zachary.
Go ahead, Mr. Engelmeyer.
Good evening. Hold on. Good evening. Hi, my name is Zachary Engelmeyer. I'm a former resident of Palo Alto and Woodside, just recently moved to Tiburon, but it's still a very important community, and I do help volunteer with Amy and Palo Alto Forward and Menlo together about getting housing like these projects approved. However, I always make sure to take a very critical lens at how we approach these projects, because we need a project to exemplify how we want our neighborhoods to look 20 years from now. And we need to have at least one or two of these projects approved in such a way now, within the next, say, 6 to 12 months. Because, and I work in the circular economy. I was just I work with the United Nations and such. And what's really missing in the United States, particularly in communities as progressive as Palo Alto, is buildings that not only provide wonderful housing for those who are at market and below market, those buildings that improve accessibility without a car, these sorts of things, like this project, but buildings that renew land, buildings that improve air quality, buildings that become much, much less expensive to run over the course of their life, as well as buildings that use novel building techniques that actually cost less than what a building like the one proposed at 660 is being thought about, and in the manner in which they are thinking about building by this developer Smith. And it's unfortunately the only way, or fortunately, in the case of the commission, the only way for such structures to get approved and to get built is if the commission requires that, puts a stipulation in and says that, look, we will approve this project if you go to the extent of hiring a consultant to make sure that the building is net positive. Now, it may not become net positive, but by having that as the goal from the beginning, you'll start to get there. So that is my first point. And I think that this is probably the best project currently pending in Palo Alto to do this, because it has office space that can offset some of the rent, some of the costs that may be incurred. I don't have enough time in this forum to go into how you could actually save money doing this, but you have an offset that you don't normally have in projects that are currently pending in Palo Alto, as well as you do have generally a higher rent that you would be getting because of the building's location to begin with, for the for-market rate, given one that's on the periphery of town. So it's more of a perfect storm in that respect for this. But also there is a lot of critical backlash, and I do agree with the concerns of the physician who spoke and some of the other members. That, there needs to be some rezoning of Byron. It probably should be a pedestrian street that's only used for vehicle traffic, for deliveries and pickups, and to getting in and out of the garage. But beyond that, it should be a pedestrian street. So there needs to be some rezoning occurring there. But that this is an opportunity to show at the east entrance, more or less, of Palo Alto, those individuals that are coming to Palo Alto, that Palo Alto is part of the future of how we live as a society. And because this project has taken so long already, another 6 months isn't going to kill the project if we are doing it with this intention. Besides, there is enormous funding channels from private to public funds that, yes, are still available despite what's going on, that would enable this project to go forward even with taking a step back and doing it. So I am 100% on board with having this project. It's important for the community. The height is not a problem given the 15-story tower that is in Palo Alto, but we just need a project to be the light that shows us the future of Palo Alto and neighborhoods like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, our last speaker is Michael.
Go ahead, Mr. Quinn.
Hello, everyone. I'm a former Palo Alto resident. I now live in Sunnyvale. I moved away to get closer to work, but I care deeply for Palo Alto, have many friends there, and would eventually perhaps like to move back. What I've noticed, and I think a lot of what can be said has already been said, when projects like this are discussed in forums like this, we sort of end up in the same cul-de-sac, in that existing residents raise many of the same objections, and be it parking, it's too high, something, there's a tree, et cetera, et cetera. I think we need to collectively step back here, and I would encourage the committee to show leadership, because, and the current residents to show understanding, in that every objection that was raised by one of the speakers opposed to the project could have conceivably been said about the building they live in now. It would have been something, some tree, some balcony, something that's extending a little too far. And because one other thing I would encourage our seniors to think about is, do they want their younger relatives and the people who will look after them in the future to be near them? I want to take my mom to visit her financial advisor because she's worried about the market right now, and I want to do that in person. Instead, I'm struggling through it on the phone with her because she cannot afford to live near me. Like, we're on the phone struggling to get through to Fidelity, and my mom's in her early 70s. I mean, I can't think what this is going to be like when she's 90 and I'm not close to her. Regarding the pedestrian concerns are real, and I don't wish to diminish that in any way. The location, the street intersection that everyone sounds so concerned about, sounds like a really good place for a traffic camera. And I think our roads are very dangerous, to the point where I've stopped riding my bicycle, at least for a while. Other thing I'd like to touch on is, one of the council members asked about a builder's remedy application that was submitted by the same developer. In that vein, Palo Alto and many other affluent cities are relying on what's basically a crackpot legal theory that says that because the city voted on a housing element, as I understand it, within a certain amount of time, it is not subject to the builder's remedy. That argument is already losing in court, and really it's a double dog dare by the city attorney and, really the city council to go ahead and sue us. We'll see you in court. That can work for a while, but not really. And again, the decisions are already being rendered in lower courts against that perspective. Regarding the housing element, we are in our first housing element now that actually has teeth. We are in danger, perhaps during this housing element period, of being decertified. I'm not sure how likely that is, but given how far behind Palo Alto is right now, retaining local control over development during the next housing element is looking very, very hard, given how far behind we are on this one at the moment. So I would encourage the committee to really think about the future, what that's going to look like. And if the goal is indeed to maintain local control, how is that in fact going to be possible? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that was the last of our public comment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe the order of operations now is that we have rebuttal, is that right? So the applicant has 3 minutes for rebuttal to any of the public comments, any of the discussions thus far. If you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. I'll do my best to try to address all the comments that were made. I appreciate the comments made by the public speakers and acknowledge there are varying opinions. I understand that a new project close by could be disruptive. We are committed to keeping the construction phase of the project along with the finished project to be safe for the neighbors, including residents of the Hamilton. So I do appreciate the comments that were made on that. There were a couple references made to David Hirsch from the ARB saying the building was too big for the site. I just want to point out that David Hirsch in the most recent ARB hearing did approve the project, the 6-story project. Just want to make sure that's on record. A couple of other things, the entrance, just going back to how the driveway shifted from Middlefield to Byron. The entrance was first on Middlefield Road. It shifted to Byron largely because of the Hamilton voicing concerns about that. There was a study done by a third-party consultant hired by the city that basically said there was a negligible difference between the two, but we did, however, make the change, and there were significant parking stalls lost as a result. Parking, so it's also important to point out because of state law and other things that if we were 1 block closer to the train, 0 parking would be required by state law if we were just 1 block closer. So we have done everything we can to minimize the impact on parking. We have tons of bike parking. It's very realistic to realize that residents, employees of the building will use Caltrain. We developed several sites in other downtowns, and there's a very high ridership of Caltrain in these downtown locations. There's also a few units will likely be occupied by people who both live and work in the building, requiring no car at all. We expect that. Few units will be occupied by people who live in the building, work downtown within walking distance, won't need any car at all. There's a handful of employees in the building who will live likely within walking distance, need no parking. There's plenty of bike parking so people can bike places. We feel very confident that the parking will be minimized. Otherwise, we would not build this project. We're not going to build a project that we can't satisfy the demands of parking for. So yes, we will unbundle the parking, and that's another thing, but we're confident that the parking will not be an issue. The tree, we love the tree and we want to keep it. We want to preserve it and maintain it as well as possible. I think it's important to note that we have gone through extensive lengths with our arborist to come up with a tree protection plan. It's also been endorsed and approved by the city arborist as well. So we're hiding nothing. We are confident that we're going to keep the tree. Even the public art for our project is meant to enhance and highlight the fact that the tree is there. So we plan to keep it and we want to keep it forever. The daylight plane, we are asking for an exception to this. And I just want the commissioners to keep in mind that this is a gateway project. The one residential neighbor who is directly impacted by the daylight plane prefers the 6-story option, encroaching the daylight plane versus the 4-story option. So yes, we cannot build this project. It's not feasible if we cannot get an exception to the daylight plane. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we bring it back to the commission, I think we're going to take a 7-minute break. Can we make sure that Mr. Gollinger sticks around? Okay, great. Thank you. Just because I think there's some questions about the tree probably from, I'm guessing, from the commission. So we will see everybody in 7 minutes. So we are bringing it back to the commission for discussion now. I've got 2 lights from colleagues so far, so we'll go with Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner Heckman, and everybody else should light it up.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so we've opened up a lot of questions here that we didn't get to or really think about in the clarifying round. So I'm going to start off with those. My comment about having the deck under the oak tree is born out of raising my kids here in Palo Alto and having a lot of activities under the oak trees in my time here. And I can tell you that it's a dangerous risk because we have a specific type of caterpillar that loves those trees and will interfere with your enjoyment of the deck and in a very itchy and unpleasant way. So that's just something to throw out to the designers in case you hadn't had that lovely experience of having children get a whole body rash after being in the playhouse under the oak tree for a few hours. The other thing is that I found the commentary about the safety of the oak pretty compelling to the extent that I would like to explore it a little further. And I'm sure many other people up here would, but I'm going to start with a question that perhaps I can ask staff or I can ask the applicant directly if that's allowed. The garage, the underground garage is underneath that parking lot you're not disturbing. So how much of the tree roots are also not disturbed if we're going edge to edge with that underground parking lot? So the point that the applicant made about we're not going to mess with the pavement was comforting until I heard the description of the roots, and they go even further out than the drip line sometimes. And so I was wondering if someone would like to speak to that. While you're coming up here, the thing that's coming to mind is this tree is very likely older than our city. It's very old and it's valuable to us, a city that is named after a tree, not this tree, but just to hammer at home why you're hearing so much about this when we also have a housing crisis. So we have to understand both things happening at the same time. Thank you for coming up.
Sure. My name is David Babby. I am the consulting arborist retained by Smith Development. And as far as the extent of root impacts go, coast live oaks are generally known to be very tolerant of root impact. So from an arborist perspective, when you're assessing a tree relative to root loss, you look at the extent of the root mass that is required to be disturbed. And in this case, with a park garage removed. So we have a 30-foot setback from the trunk for that garage. And that is extremely tolerable limit for this tree. I've dealt with scenarios of trees of this size where you can get within 15 to 20 feet of root loss and they're thriving. One example is a Palo Alto bowl. Some of you might be familiar with that project. It's the the Hilton Homewood Suites project along El Camino Real. Extensive amount of impacts, 15 feet on one side, about 20 feet on another side, extensive of canopy pruned as well for the building construction. So, but the particular tree in question is healthy enough and vigorous enough that the proposed impacts to the tree are well within the tolerance that you can expect this tree to continue to survive with a reasonable degree of certainty.
Oh, great. Thank you for sharing that. Can you answer the question about how deep from the parking lot that's not going to be disturbed until the part that will be disturbed in the underground parking? So under the roof deck, applicants made a point about not disturbing the asphalt.
So the asphalt, yes. So the section of asphalt that will remain And we're building on top. Yeah.
What's happening underneath?
The answer to your question is infinity. There's no garage underneath that deck.
That's what I wanted to know.
That part is just touched. If you look at the plan, the two ramps coming back, that's the extent of.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Because we, yeah, thank you.
Sorry about that.
So the
If
slide
you look
we're
at that
looking
plan, the extent of the ramps, there you go. You've got it on the screen now. That's the area where excavation happens. That area that's white in between is where the deck is, and that's not being touched.
Okay, and I noticed that this didn't come up, don't leave yet. This didn't come up in the rebuttal commentary, so I'm just going to ask you directly. Some of the people were speaking about incredulity over that 30-foot protected zone and that somehow things would be encroached in there. Can you expound on something that would secure us in understanding that that's not going to happen?
Can you elaborate on that?
You say you have a 30-foot radius of tree protection zone. The members of the public showed something that implied likelihood that would actually only be 20 feet.
Yes, so I recommended a 20-foot setback from the trunk as being a tolerable limit of root impact. And for the canopy, I recommended a 30-foot setback.
So the roots will only have a 20-foot protection zone and the canopy will be trimmed back to 30 feet?
So the proposed project, however, has decided to implement a 30-foot setback for the roots. Okay. So through just discussion on past hearings, that's the decision that the design team made.
Excellent. And what about the trimming of the branches that will go up against the building and the balconies? Was that an accurate representation of what to expect?
So my recommendation was to set back at least 30 feet from the building, and then the additional less that, minus 5 to 6 feet to accommodate for construction scaffolding and so forth. And then the balconies would be constructed now within that 5 to 6 foot inside, away from the building, towards the tree. Those balconies are going to be erected per the general contractor. They're going to be erected in a way that we don't have to use construction scaffolding closer to the tree than those balconies. So that 5 to 6 foot wide swath towards the tree, away from the building, will be there for construction scaffolding only. Once those balconies are in place, so additional pruning done by the residents would be something that would have to be reviewed by someone like myself. And I think based on my assessment of the tree, there's opportunity to make some nice thin, small pruning cuts, very highly selective pruning cuts to achieve clearance. So that's something that we'd have to look at, but there's certainly opportunity.
Okay, great. I'm going to move on to my next question. Don't leave, because this one would be for you as well. 3 feet enough for windy days for the part that's in the front tilted part, that raised bed that tilts down towards Middlefield? Is 3 feet depth going to be enough to secure trees on a day like today, where even my fence was almost blown over? Like, we had a lot of wind. So
yes, yeah.
3 feet.
The 3 feet will be sufficient. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now my questions for staff. Can you state again your understanding of the FEMA requirement and to whom you will be listening for expertise on the requirements that FEMA has on this project? Is that something we're going to decide, or is that something someone else decides?
The Public Works Engineering Department, as a part of their review, looks at conformance with our local standards as well as standards required at the state and federal level. It is our understanding that as a part of what our Public Works Engineering Department requires, that this building will need to be 25% non-residential for the purpose of providing the parking below grade. So if that were to change as a part of your recommendation, it would potentially require loss of parking, providing above grade parking, which would go against our objective design standards for downtown for this type of building. That's the type of thing that would need to be considered.
Okay, so you're not asking us to decide whether or not FEMA rules that are stated by the city are applicable to this project. You're saying that is not on the table?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. What about the street level parking requirement that was brought up by the member of the public?
The public comment I'm thinking of was regarding the loading space. Is that okay? So that is reflected in attachment D as one of the exceptions that they are asking for from the zoning code. I'm sorry that was not more clearly stated in the report, but that was something that we were aware of. Any project that provides more than 50 housing units is required to provide an on-site loading space based on the zoning code. However, as a part of the PHZ application, they are requesting that space be on the street instead.
Wow. And does staff have a position on that?
The Office of Transportation did review it and acknowledge that it is something that is a discretionary part of this application.
Okay. And then as far as the parking requirements, you just mentioned a moment ago, I'm going to dig in a little deeper, no pun intended. Trying to understand what is within our scope. Could we just, for example, I'm going to give an extreme, so don't pass out anybody. Could we just say, no parking, this underground thing isn't going to happen, we can talk about the housing? Is that possible?
As this is a fully discretionary project where the zoning requirements are set as a part of this decision, you would be able to allow for no parking to be the requirement.
Interesting. Okay, that is my questions for now. I'll hand it back over to the chair. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Heckman.
Oh, thank you. So actually, in this first round, I want to really start with some context, and I'm doing this in part for the neighbors who were good enough to come out in force tonight, and I appreciate that they did that they selected a couple of eloquent spokespersons for them, and that they stayed to support. I see some of them have left now, but the hour is getting late. But I really think it's important. I don't know what my fellow commissioners are going to talk about tonight, but from my perspective, I think context here is important, and this project is not like many other projects that come to the city, where it's a discretionary project. The city can say yes, they can say no, and if they say no, the applicant goes back to the drawing board. Because here, and it was mentioned earlier, we have something called a builder's remedy project that the applicant has waiting in the wings. And I just want to read one sentence from our staff report about that. If the application is not approved, the applicant has the option of reverting to the builder's remedy application, which includes a proposed 88-unit development with the same amount of office in a 6-story building and without maintaining the special setback, which is along Middlefield. So that context is important up here on the commission, because the neighbors have made clear their concerns about this project, and in my comments, I don't want you to think I'm unsympathetic, but there's a scenario here where you win the battle and lose the war. Because 88 units is more than 66. I don't know what that plan looks like. I suspect it doesn't have more parking. Maybe it even has less. And so we have to look for ways, I believe, to make this project that's before us tonight as good as we can without breaking the applicant and turning them toward their builder's remedy application. And so that's really what at least will be reflected in my comments. I do appreciate that this has grown from a 4 to a 6-story building, but in part that was in response to comments that have come from the public and the city to preserve that middle field setback. So that pushed the whatever building was going to be there away from middle field. Another thing we wanted we wanted at least larger housing. The prior project had 63. Our city council approved the housing element last year, which calls for, this is an opportunity site for 65. So we're in that range. But what we're seeing with this current project compared to the 4-story version, is the units are generally larger. We have 30 1- and 2-bedroom units here where we had 15 before. So I appreciate the applicants have done that. I'm also appreciative that we have 3 of those BMR units are extremely low, which is every time we can get an extremely low in a non-100% housing project, that's a big win. And so you've got to make the numbers work to do it. The applicant has figured out a way to do it here, and I suspect that might have something to do with the fact that they are retaining office, or that's the proposal here and in the builder's remedy, because as one of the public speakers mentioned, the office rents can actually, because of their profitability, can allow a builder to take a little more loss on a BMR. And so they're not unrelated. You don't, if you scalpel out the office, if we could do that, I suspect this project doesn't survive in its current form just as 5 stories, because I bet it won't pencil out. I wanted to ask a question of staff about the tree. So my understanding from the staff report is that the applicant's arborist, there's an issue about this tree and its relation to 9 balconies on the tree side of the building. And if I'm understanding correctly, the applicant's arborist has, his report says that the balconies can be there. And in fact, he just spoke and explained how you have to trim back the tree 5-6 feet from the face of the building to allow the building face to be built. And then they'll basically put the balconies in that space without having to cut back farther to do that. In any event, the applicant's arborist says those 9 balconies can safely be there in relation to the tree, and the city's reviewing arborist agrees with that conclusion, but the ARB's recommendation was to remove those 9 balconies. So I just wanted to make sure I have that background right.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, all right. Well, so I'll weigh in on that point. We have people with training for, who are our consultants and experts for a reason. When we're talking about architectural design, I wouldn't presume to tell the ARB their business, because they're trained and I'm not. And when it comes to trees, I want to respect the results of independent arborists who, if they say it's safe, I think that I'm wanting to be supportive of that, in part because those 9 balconies are open space for 9 units. It looks like the average balcony is 96 square feet, so that's roughly 10 by 10. I think some of them are as small as 69, but that's an important amenity. And so if the evidence before us was that it's not safe for the tree to do it, then I'd be supportive of not having those balconies. But since the evidence before us from the experts is that it is safe. I think we should have that. I think that that is important private open space for those units. It adds to the overall open space of the building. Let's see. I do think just one more thing, and then I'll come back for more in a second round. I do think we should, given the narrowness of Byron, it does, the possibility of regular blockage of traffic for deliveries does concern me. It seems like we have an opportunity here at the entrance to the service area. I understand there are limitations to that, like when the trash has to be rolled out, it has to be on the street, I suspect. But I do think that we should explore how much of the time that off-street area could be used for loading and unloading deliveries and those sorts of things. So I'll stop there and I'll come back in the second round. Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question for staff, and then I have a question for the applicant, maybe. So for staff, I saw a requirement on, a section on dewatering. Are contaminants an issue in dewatering in this part of the city?
I don't believe this project is on a site that requires any type of remediation. So no. Additionally, the Public Works Engineering Department has standard regulations for dewatering, which will be followed.
Okay, thank you. It didn't look like there was a old gas station there or anything like that. So, thank you. On the noise, I saw a section on noise. Most of the noise I saw there was talking more maybe like the residents, but there's construction noise, and I saw excavation and excavation. The method, it doesn't say what method will be used, if it's, shoulder pile with lagging, or if it's sheet pile. But that could be something that has some kind of loud, soil retention system going in. Is there a requirement on noise for construction projects? And this one seems to be adjacent to a sensitive site.
Yes, construction noise was analyzed as a part of the environmental impact report. We do have the CEQA consultant from Rincon, Katie Green and Abe Leader, if you have any more specific questions about construction noise, but it was analyzed and mitigation measures will be applied to ensure that it is below significant levels.
Okay. Any they're on the line now?
Yes, they're on Zoom.
Yeah, could I hear about the mitigation methods quickly?
Yes, this is Katie Green with Rincon Consultants who helped the city prepare the EIR. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. There are two mitigation measures. There's a construction noise reduction measures that includes a construction noise control plan that would include measures like mufflers, silencing, signage, a noise complaint coordinator, construction operating hours. And then there is a second measure specifically related to construction vibration for a construction vibration control plan. If you have further questions, I can definitely answer more on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. As an engineer formerly in charge of the noise, I appreciate that work. Also dust. I did not see anything about dust control on this project. Again, and I don't know if the adjacent facility, what the air conditioning is. I know some of the Palo Alto residences don't necessarily have air conditioning and heating so much because it's a mild climate. So a lot of times it's relying on open windows. So dust becomes a bigger issue. Is there a dust mitigation specific to this project?
Dust gets analyzed as a part of construction air quality, and this project will be required to meet all Bay Area Air Quality Management District, although is that the one that recently changed its name? That's not important. But it will be required to meet those standard requirements.
Yeah, and there are standard requirements for construction that have to do with watering down the trucks as they're doing their excavation, et cetera, to reduce dust.
And I'm guessing it's not within our purview to request it, but I don't know if is it standard policy that if a resident asks for an air filter unit to be placed in their apartment to mitigate the dust, is that a standard request that it's part of the project?
I'm not aware of that as a mitigation measure available.
Okay. I must have been lucky because I asked for those when they built near my apartment. And let's see, on the basement where it extends under the setback. I know I heard some questions on that potentially the street could be widened. I guess it's Middlefield. And that would put the basement underneath the roadway. Is that correct?
Citywide special setbacks are potential places where the Office of Transportation may go through processes that would allow street widening. This does include procuring the land in the special setback through some type of easement across, the multiple properties along the corridor. There are no current plans to do that along Middlefield, but, it is definitely something that should be taken into consideration.
Okay. I've worked in downtown Reno, and street construction there included casinos that were under the street unexpectedly. So it's not completely unusual. And so then that brings my next question is, does Palo Alto, simply because I'm new and I don't know Palo Alto and necessarily the county restrictions, do we have a responsible contractor ordinance in Palo Alto or anything like that?
I'm not aware of one. No.
Okay. And then I quickly searched, search terms through our general plan for, do we have an economic development provisions on, for workforce development, education, those type of things?
One component of the PHZ process and possibly other policy is an intent to create more housing than jobs. And so that was looked at as a part of this project. The 66 housing units compared to the 9,000 square feet of office will be a net gain of housing compared to jobs.
Okay. And then this might be a question for the contractor. I'm not familiar with KSH architecture. Are you local? Yeah. Okay, so you're familiar with the apprenticeship building trades?
In terms of who we hire?
Right. So the high quality construction workforce in Silicon Valley, not everyone's familiar with it. I meet international construction companies that are visiting campus and things like that, and they're usually completely amazed at the infrastructure we have for education for our workforce. Apparently it's somewhat unusual, even globally, that we have such a highly educated construction workforce here with high skill, and I think they call it the high road construction platform.
I mean, we, as architects, we bring in really high quality architects and designers from all over the world, actually. It's a place people want to come and work.
That was my question I had early on, was if it was a concrete building, wood timber or steel, and I understand residential for concrete is somewhat unusual. So I was kind of guessing steel or timber.
Yeah, and it's still TBD. We haven't sorted it out because financial implications it's a study that we have to go through.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Let's see. And then with that, I would just recommend, I did see that the representative from the carpenters unions here, local 405. So if you are going with timber, I'm sure that's probably a good person to talk with to get some inside contacts for good workforce contacts. Thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start out by thanking the applicant and all of our speakers tonight. It's very helpful to hear from all of you. And I also want to thank the applicant for listening to the various reviews and providing more housing units and with deeper levels of affordability and more diversity in unit size. I think that's very helpful. And I think a genuine effort to save and protect the tree. And I have some specific comments after that about that. But I'm going to keep this at a high level. But I think, so that's the good news from me. I think that there's a lot of things that need really to be worked out with this project. It is very much a project that is straining at the seams to fit in this parcel. And we really need the housing and appreciate it, but it has to work in the neighborhood too. So one of my main concerns around this is really the office component. I feel it would be a more successful project without the office component. And it's not really clear to me from our discussion tonight, and I'm hoping we can get more clarity on this, whether it's an absolute requirement of building requirement of FEMA, or if it's a requirement to build in that manner to apply for the federal flood insurance. And I will note the flood risk here is very low. And also, if there's any mitigating process, most government processes have mitigations or waivers that can be built in. This is right on the edge of the flooding. And I note that the Hamilton, when it was built, this was already a law, a federal law, and the Hamilton has underground parking. So I don't know exactly what the issue is or whether the original law has been amended, and I wasn't finding the latest information online. And to be honest, I felt that the staff report didn't have a very full discussion about this so we could understand it. In my 8 years on the Planning Commission, I've never heard of this law, so I was kind of astonished. And dewatering is not just for flooding. Dewatering can be a constant situation depending on groundwater. The building you're sitting in has been dewatered constantly since it was built. So it's a groundwater issue. I'm also curious about the underground garage going to the property line, if there will have to be underpinnings in the public right of way, or if it can be built without that. That's usually discussed with projects that want to extend to the property line. And if I didn't see that in the staff report, forgive me, this was a big issue. And we don't have very long to review it. So I did want to, I do think the parking and circulation generally in this area is going to be very difficult. I used to know someone who lived at the at the Hamilton, and Byron Street is really difficult because it's quite narrow. And in this day and age, we get more and more deliveries, not just of goods, but of pickup and drop off of people. And thus, I believe the on-site loading spaces are more important than ever. And if we have to designate it in the public right away, I don't know if we have a policy to handle that yet, but it's definitely going to be absolutely necessary, not just for this building and its residents, but for the residents of the Hamilton. So some other things, I think that I'm not sure if it's being fully waterproof to the extent that it can, the underground, and if that can then cause a waiver of the office requirement. So I think that's kind of unresolved. Let's see. Yeah, being able to have future roadway improvements, both for bicycles, but also the potential, as we've discussed this body, and I discussed with my two colleagues that I could speak to before this meeting, the situation going northbound on University, there's sort of a need already for a left turn lane there. There isn't really room to put it there right now. In the situation, without getting into describing how circulation works at a intersection when we're not all there sitting looking at it, is that a lot of people are going right there to go to the highway. But it's not a right turn only lane. And the through lane, which is the left lane, that is actually within a block, you have to get in the right lane to keep going north. And it's really difficult. And there's going to be more and more people trying to go left there. So I think engineering the underground under the special setback is very important. And I will note also that on our recent report on the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, they had indicated that there would be bike lanes potentially both on University and Middlefield. So we're in this situation, not just with utilizing parcels at denser levels, but also in utilizing our streets in the multimodal way that we'd like to, where we're trying to squeeze a size 10 foot into a size 6 shoe. And it's really problematic. And it works for the first project sometimes, but then as more and more projects want the same privileges, and this is a discretionary privilege, you get to the point where the neighborhood doesn't work anymore. I was very interested in the letter and the comments by a member of the public who thought this was a good opportunity, not that this is in our purview tonight, to figure out what will be going on with the residential parking zone here and the use of the public parking garage. But I think that's outside of the purview, but just, I thought it was a good comment. And then I would like clarification from staff on the builder's remedy, because it was stated by our city attorney's office publicly that the builder's remedy did not apply to the city of Palo Alto, as we had already, that it didn't apply when our city council adopted it. I will note, however, that I think the precise timing of this project, of the new project, which is the PHZ so-called, which is a PC, that the new project came right about a month before this, the council adopted that. So, and by that I mean that this project was sent back because it was incomplete 9 times before it was finally complete. And that completion project was in April of the year. And in March of that year, the city council adopted and felt that we had. So I want to confirm that my timing is right, and that where this falls on the builder's remedy side of things. So.
I think Albert's available to talk on that.
I can speak to that. So this project submitted its SB 330 pre-application in May of 2024, and the city's housing element was certified by HCD in August. And as a result of AB 1893, which was passed just this last legislative session, the legislature clarified that if you get your SB 330 pre-application in before HCD has determined your housing element to be substantially compliant, then the builder's remedy is available. So that recent legislation changed the rules. This project is able to utilize the builder's remedy.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because it's kind of tricky. I don't know if anybody has an answer about underpinnings or using the public right of way, since the garage goes right to the property line.
The conceptual plans for the purpose of the decision, since they don't include fully engineered plans, we do not have a good sense of how the underpinnings and structure for the garage may encroach or may not encroach. There are techniques that could minimize this.
Okay, it's just that for other projects, I've noticed that but where the need is to go under another private property, it's part of the negotiation because you're not obligated, the other property is not obligated to provide that. So I was just curious about that. So I'm, oh, and then I have a strong interest in all the glass on the top and the glass on all the balconies being bird friendly. I think that that's kind of the standard the city is moving, and it's certainly best practices at this point in time because bird collisions don't just happen at high levels. And I'm not a bird expert, but we've had a lot of discussion about this recently. So that would be a very welcome improvement to the project. And I'm going to stop for now.
Commissioner G, and then Vice Chair Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to thank the applicant for submitting this project. I'm extremely excited about the location. I think location is awesome. It's super close to Caltrain, it's super close to downtown. As one of the supposed young people that were mentioned that want to live in Palo Alto, I'd love to be able to live at some place like this. I'm also really excited about the changes, as previously mentioned by Commissioner Heckman and Commissioner Suma, about extremely low income. I think those are really, really exciting. Also want to mention and applaud the work to protect the tree as is. Also like to thank the members of the public for coming to speak out tonight. Your voice has been heard, as previously mentioned by other commissioners. I just want to clarify a question that was asked by Commissioner Templeton previously about the tree protection zone, the 30 feet. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So we're protecting 30 feet. However, due to building like constructing the building at 30 feet, you will have to trim more than 30 feet. Is that like into the 30 feet radius? Is that correct, applicant? Or, yeah, or the city arborist, either way.
Yes, so construct the building, you'll need additional space to erect the scaffolding so you can do the exterior work around the building. So that's the reason why you need an additional 5 to 6 feet beyond the existing building. Does that answer your question?
So just to clarify, the reality is that you're actually going to be trimming up to about 25 feet or something like that, as opposed to 30 feet, because the building extends to 30 feet. And
correct. Okay. That's correct. Yes.
For the canopy.
Can I also understand what's happening underground? Because, so how much space beyond the edge of the garage needs to be?
So the root zone is protected up to the garage walls.
Well, right, no, but it's sort of the same question that Commissioner Suma asked about using public space in order to, like, so presumably if you're constructing the garage up to 30 feet, there needs to be some disruption of things, you know, at 30 feet and an inch, right? So how far do we need to go?
So in my report, I do make mention that you can have maximum, 18, 24 inches from that wall limit for for any excavation needed for piers. So you're going to have shoring along the deltas of the garage and then the straight edge of the garage. So that's all going to be shored. And so we were working with the general contractor in identifying how best to achieve that without the need to over excavate. So we will be utilizing shoring to accomplish that effort.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a different type of question, so thank you. Okay, I want to ask staff, so in attachment E, okay, I realize the labeling is confusing. That's packet page 55 labeled as attachment E, although the title of the page says attachment D. So in the section with the max total floor area in the current plan, where we have the other, as I previously asked about, with the fitness center, is this other considered non-residential use and therefore, is it considered non-residential use because it's shared?
So the way that the zoning code defines the gross floor area is not precisely the same as how non-residential space is being counted for the purpose of determining if a below grade parking garage is allowed in the flood zone. I want to stay on your topic and not switch to a different question that was asked. So I'm trying to
No
keep
worries.
that in mind.
But I think we know where I'm coming from, right? Which is the question is the fitness area and other amenities count for the 25% non-residential for the FEMA calculation?
Correct. Yes, it is being counted as non-residential for that purpose.
Okay, so to kind of just jump on that, as probably previously mentioned in my disclosure, I would also like to see like significantly reduce, if no, office at this location. And I did a quick back of the napkin calculation on this other versus residential on attachment E. And as of right now, there already is, the residential is only 81% of the total square footage. And so even, I know that we're not here to make a determination on FEMA, and I'd love to hear more from Public Works or other members of staff about the discrepancy between my conversation this morning with FEMA and what's been written. But since that's already 81%, I think that if we determine that 75% non-residential is required to build based on our local codes, I think that we could significantly still reduce the replacement office space, since the other criteria is already significantly cutting into that. So that's my comment there. I also want to just move over to talk a little bit about parking. So as mentioned by Commissioner Suma, the Hamilton has an underground garage, but also I believe one of the buildings on the university, like in the Lytton Gardens block, also has an underground garage, which I also believe is in the AH flood zone and I think is residential. I'm not sure between convalescent whether or not that's considered residential, so I'm not going to comment specifically on that. Oh, Emily looks like she has a comment on that.
Oh, no, I'm waiting for you to be done, but I will respond when, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I just want to question whether or not these were also applicable, like if there was any commentary about these other garages.
I know from a separate architectural review application that was done at Lytton Gardens a couple of years ago, they were just looking into replacing their siding. That below grade garage did predate certain requirements. And that as a part of that application, they were going to be required to do some upgrades. I didn't look into the Hamilton requirements, but something else that happened over the last 4 years that this got processed is there used to be a process called a CLOMA or LOMAR. I do not know what those stand for. However, it was a process to remove properties or portions of properties from the flood zone, and FEMA stopped doing that. So that was no longer an option for this property.
So just to be clear, you're basically saying the idea of this acronym that we all don't really know about is that suppose the Hamilton was in the AH flood zone, they applied something through this acronym, and now they're considered not part of the flood zone, and therefore they're allowed to build their garage. Is that generally my understanding of what you're saying?
It is a possibility, but I did not look into if that was what happened.
Okay. I think, I guess my general comment just on this general topic is that this is something I think I'd like to see more information about as we continue to discuss this. Now I'm going to pivot over to parking. And I also have been to Byron Street, and it is a bit of a mess to go through. And I think that, I think that one of the things that I'd like to see potentially is a traffic and or parking study done on Byron. So I think a previous public commenter mentioned that the Hamilton right now is about 60 residences. I don't know that off the top of my head. Okay, someone is shaking their head, but okay, so there is a certain amount, and I expect that potentially with the 60 units here, we'd see a significant increase in the amount of traffic here. And because the project here is asking for significant exceptions, my back of the napkin math says that assuming that we count, I know that in the code, we count ADA parking spaces as 2 spaces, but if we were to count each parking space as 1 space, they're actually asking for only about 68% of the parking that should be required at this site. And so if with a reduction that significant, I'd love to see a parking study done. I know that a different public commenter mentioned that the Cowper Webster garage may be underutilized, and that might be something that we could potentially leverage as a part of this exercise. But because this is a discretionary project, I'd love to see some more data on the parking and traffic situation, and I'll hold off on the rest of my comments at this time.
Vice Chair Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. Luckily, a lot of the comments I was going to make have already been covered by my fellow commissioners. I'm very conscious of the context that Commissioner Heckman described and Commissioner Suma had us elaborate. So I'm looking for ways to mitigate as many of the issues with the project that I can find that are not tremendously impactful. But that said, checking the EIR, we're expecting another 300 more car trips per day from this project. The current condition of Byron is clearly marginal already. So when the opportunity arises that we can do a traffic study and potential reconfiguration of Byron, we should do it. And so one of the things I would ask of my fellow commissioners is in our final recommendation to council that we just make note that that's likely to be needed. My approach was going to be to suggest 2 possible new conditions of approval. Regarding the special setback, as has been noted, there's already a proposal for a protected bike lane on Middlefield. Judging from the conversations we've had here tonight, there are plenty of other projects we might want to build on that corner. A bus stop, a loading zone, a shuttle stop, a micromobility station, or even some combination of those things. Most of those are going to require a full width lane that's capable of supporting reasonable traffic, like a bus. There is a very good chance that the Builder's Remedy project at 80 Willow is going to cause a major increase in traffic on Middlefield. So we are probably not going to be able to get that space by reducing the number of lanes in Middlefield that are in use today. All of that convinces me that it would be wise to make sure we can use as much of the special setback as we might need for one of these projects. So the condition of approval that I would submit for my fellow commissioners to consider is that we require that the building be engineered so that it's feasible to widen Middlefield by 11 feet, which is the width of a VTA bus, on the side nearest the building. Now, my glancing at the plans suggests that this is a completely practical thing to do, but we're at too early a stage to say for sure. So I would like to try making that a condition of approval to make sure that it's investigated and completed if at all possible. The second COA I'd like to talk about regards parking. And Mr. Buchanan covered a good bit of the background material here. This project is solidly inside the downtown residential preferential parking program district. That means everyone living and working in the building is eligible for a permit in this district. Residents can park anywhere. Employees could park in any particular zone, though not in all zones. And the reason I asked the question earlier about what an unbundled parking space would lease for is that The only information we have had in a project presented to us so far for unbundled parking spaces was an estimate of $150 a month. Now, that amounts to $1,800 a year, whereas a resident permit to park anywhere in the parking district costs $50. An employee parking permit anywhere for the district amounts to about $1,000 a year, and a reduced income employee permit amounts to about $260. So if the price of the unbundled parking spaces is set too high, we've created a tremendous financial incentive, particularly for the low income people, to not park in the building, but instead to park on the streets in the surrounding neighborhoods. I think that's going to result in poor utilization of the spaces in the building. And I also think it's unethical to push the safety hazards in competition for parking into other people's neighborhoods. So how to fix that? Well, one possibility that I think we should consider is a condition of approval stating that the lease rates for the spaces in this project be limited to the corresponding RPP permit rates for the person doing the leasing. So that way we cover all of the cases that are in the RPP, the low income people, the standard income people, the residents, and we make sure that there's no financial incentive to go elsewhere. Now, I think this project is very likely underparked, so there is still going to be some overflow. But by keeping the financial incentive to park in the building rather than elsewhere, I think we can minimize that. So those are the two COAs I'd like us to consider: making sure the building is engineered for the expansion of Middlefield, and making sure the pricing on the unbundled spaces is consistent with what RPP requires, so that the financial incentives are balanced. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will do my first round before we go for a second round. So I wanted to thank all the public commenters for coming. I appreciate your time. And also thank the applicant for being responsive to our discussion before about the setback, but particularly on Middlefield, unfortunately less responsive on University. And I'm really pleased to see the increase in unit size and the much deeper affordability. It's also great in general that this project consolidates lots, because that allows us to get more housing in. My concerns for this project are around, particularly in light of the SB 330 application. I'm not concerned about height. I am much more concerned about the impact of like the spillover impacts of what's going on this property, affecting the circulation and the safety around the property. And just as with the first time we saw this project come before the PTC, one of the big sticking points for me is the Middlefield setback and University setback. Now, as my colleagues mentioned, we just saw 2 weeks ago a bike ped transportation plan that showed Middlefield as the network, as part of a key part of the network. And again, as my colleagues have mentioned, there's going to be more development along Middlefield, potentially a really huge development just across the border in Menlo Park. And so right now, there is a pedestrian stairwell, I believe, that's like either 15 feet 8 inches or 15 feet 7 inches away from the edge of the property on the Middlefield side. So while it's lovely that there's a 24-foot setback for the building, the fact that there's this hole in the ground in order to access the parking that presents a problem where we can't actually use the full 24 feet of the setback. So I want to, that's potentially a problem because of, and I understand that we heard from the director of planning before. Yes, Mr. Rios, would you like to say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't want to interrupt. I'm just getting ready in case you had any questions.
I'll keep going then. As the director of planning said before, we don't currently have a bike lane planned there. But this isn't about the full length of Middlefield, because again, I saw the graphic, the image that the applicant presented showing various other setbacks. Part of the reason why we have a special setback is that, you know, our predecessors in their great wisdom saw that Middlefield is a important street in our city and therefore put that special setback there, even though there were other buildings there at the time, hoping that when new buildings are built, they don't encroach on that setback so that we can do things with it. Now, this particular block is more important than most other blocks in the area because it is a gateway, because it's right at University and Middlefield and Senior Corner. And so the setback here is valuable not just for a bike lane, not just for a bus lane, not necessarily widening the entire length of Middlefield, but really important for, say, a left turn lane, for pedestrian islands, for all sorts of things that Commissioner Aiken also mentioned. And I'm concerned that we don't have the full 24 feet. That said, I think it would be really important. Staff had flagged that we may want an easement, and I think that that would be an important thing to add. And I'm not sure how we go about doing that. Is it a condition of approval that we would do? I'm seeing nods from Ms. Armour. So that's another condition of approval that I would add, in addition to the critical piece of making sure that we could actually put roads or a bus on top of this garage. It needs to be engineered as engineered properly. And I would say more than just the 11 feet, because I don't know what the needs are going to be at this really critical corner. So that's one thing. I agree with the comments about Byron. I'm really concerned about the lack of a loading zone. Again, it might be less of an issue where this project somewhere else, but this is like at two of our busiest streets in the whole city, downtown, right? So that's a problem. And then I also wanted to ask, then the other issue, so aside from kind of circulation, is the tree. I understand that the tree bond would be, you know, basically around $200,000, $150,000 to $200,000, which in the scope of this project is not very much money. And I went and visited the site and it was humbling. I mean, literally awesome. Like when you see a volcano erupt, it's awesome because you feel so small. It's the same experience with this tree. I mean, it's kind of, it's really humbling to be next to something so old. And once this tree is gone, it's priceless. So I'm not sure what we're allowed to do. And if the applicant is really as interested, you know, if all of this is good and we're not actually concerned about this tree dying, then it shouldn't be a problem, I don't think, to increase the value of the bond. So that's just an idea. And then I did want to have Mr. I don't know if Mr. Gollinger is still here. Yeah, could you please? Hi, Mr. Gollinger. Could you please speak to, you know, I don't want to pit arborists against arborists, but I just want more opinions just because of the humbling nature of this tree and want to make sure that, you know, I know that you've taken a look at the plans and you think this tree will survive. I want to understand from you if you could talk to us a little bit more about that and what gives you confidence. My second question with respect to the tree is I noticed in the arborist reports that there are pretty different values, maybe 20 percentage points about the percentage
condition and the health. Yeah,
the condition of the tree, and explain how, you know, why you might have arrived at a different conclusion. And then finally, wanted to, you can ask too, so I'm getting whispers from my fellow commissioners. I also Now I lost my train of thought, but that's okay. Why don't you go ahead with that and I will remember what I wanted to ask you.
Okay, so one of the reasons that we were comfortable signing off on this project is Mr. Babby's conditions for basically mitigating for the tree during construction were very thorough. He addressed a lot of the potential situations that could arise and provided basically treatments and preventative measures. Additionally, as this goes through and gets closer and goes to a building permit phase, we'll fine tune some of those details. So right now, without knowing the exact construction methods, it's difficult to be very specific, but there is recommendations in there for distances for utilities from the tree, basically trying to avoid putting anything within the TPZ and providing recommendations for how to put things in the TPZ if it's necessary. The
So can I ask
differences.
you about the TPZ specifically? Because
Yes.
according to the width of the tree and the formula that we have for determining what the TPZ is, it would be significantly larger. I think, 41 feet instead of 30 feet. And so you talked about the mitigations making you feel more comfortable, but why are you comfortable shrinking the TPZ by 25%?
Mostly because the impacts are strictly on one portion of the radius of the tree. So let's say this tree was centrally located on the parcel and there were going to be impacts in multiple areas, we would definitely not feel comfortable reducing the TPZ by that much. But as the impacts to this tree are basically only on one side, and if you look at I don't have a copy of the plan here, but there's actually going to be more than 30 feet protected on the angles off to the side. So basically, if we have recommendations from the project arborist that are in line with what we feel is acceptable for the species and health of the tree, then the TPZ can be adjusted.
So then are you saying that I think you were also online for the public comments, correct?
Yes.
So did you see the images from the public commenter, which were pretty shocking and scary looking? Are you saying that it's maybe not as severe as those images showed?
So based on the 30-foot TPZ, the only encroachments into that 30-foot TPZ would be the foot to 2-foot impacts for the shoring, which we could kind of specify what method would be used as we get closer to that. For instance, we did something similar with the underground garage at Castellea, where we made sure that the impacts back into the soil were as minimal as possible. Other than that, there shouldn't be any additional digging except on a case-by-case basis. So the diagram where it showed that everything up to 10 feet could potentially be cut is not necessarily accurate.
Okay, thank you. And then what about the concern that the tree becomes unbalanced then because of the pruning on the canopy and the big 17-inch diameter limb?
So I believe that the overall amount of canopy loss is definitely within tolerance for this type of tree. And especially since it's basically one of the scaffold limbs as opposed to a bunch of heading cuts on multiple limbs. I would be much more concerned if it was a more widespread reduction on one side. But since it's basically, we're going to be able to achieve the clearance with just the removal of that one major limb, primarily, I think it's definitely something that the tree can recover from.
Okay, and then, and you were comfortable with the balconies in the, like, in that, on that side?
If they can be constructed with no additional trimming needed than what's required for the main building, then I don't see any reason that would cause any additional impacts to the tree. I think
Okay.
our original concern was if it was going to require additional pruning to do that. But according to the applicant and Mr. Babby, I don't think that's needed.
Okay, and then my final question is, there's numerous nightmare stories that, we get letters from the public talking about, or it shows up in the news that this tree has gone down and now it's gone and we can't do anything about it. And it's sort of the same thing. If this tree dies, there's not much we can do about it. And so then in terms of during construction and inspection, how do we make sure that there's not a whoops moment? Because there definitely has been that in other developments where, oh no, we've done too much here.
So one of the key components of this is the requirement for this project to have a project arborist and to have the project arborist be present for any activity that takes place within the TPZ. So that is something that is written into the arborist report from Mr. Babby, and it's something that we could make sure it's already in the conditions, urban forestry conditions for projects like this. So we would just need to make sure that we stay on top of it as far as the inspections go. Ideally, once that tree protection fence goes up, nobody goes inside there unless the project arborist is present. That's the ideal situation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think a colleague may have had a question for Mr. Gollinger. So
Sorry
he's here.
to interrupt
Yeah.
you also. I don't have a working light. We've had a problem with this light for 3 years. So anyhow, if Mr. Gollinger is still there, I wanted to check about one thing, and I'm sure this is okay because two arborists have looked at it, but is it really best for the tree to leave the asphalt where they're going to leave it, where they don't have to remove it? Or would it be better to carefully remove the asphalt?
So personally, and I think it's included in Mr. Babby's report. I think at the end of the project, I think it would be best for the tree for the asphalt to be removed. During the course of the project and all the construction, I think it's essential that it stays there. It's the current situation that the tree is living under, and it would provide added protection even in areas outside the TPZ if we could leave that pavement there, covering as much of the root zone as possible for additional protection during the project. But ideally, once the project is over, it would be nice to see that removed and permeability be reestablished. And I don't know if that's part of the actual final plan set here, but I believe the removal of the asphalt is referenced in Mr. Babby's report.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I also have a question for Mr. Gollinger. When you were talking about the tree and we're looking at the circle here and it's over the property line, and I know there's a building there. Are we taking into consideration what damage has already been done to that tree with the other building that pre-existed on the other property adjacent?
So I'm uncertain of the age of that building, but from what I've seen, it looks like it's fairly old. So my guess is that any damage that was incurred during the building of that building has been long since addressed and overcome by the tree based on its health and stature.
Well, I mean, it would be useful to know, and perhaps staff can tell us how old that was. But I'm worried that the way we're framing this is, sure, we can chop off one arm and the tree will still live, but we're not looking at the arm we already chopped off. So, like, I'm sorry, it's a bit brutal of a analogy, but I'm just trying to make sure we understand, because you said if anything else had happened to that tree, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, but we know it already has. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that. And staff, did you find out when that structure was built on the adjacent property?
We are looking into that.
In the meantime, can I ask the question earlier that I asked about the difference in tree health percentages?
Go ahead. I want to be in the queue after
okay,
this.
yeah, yes.
Yeah, so when an arborist is assessing a tree for health and structure, there's a lot of variables and a lot of discretion, especially with a tree this large. I believe the differences in the overall health and vigor of the tree between the two reports were, I think, 10%. I think one had it listed as 70 and one listed as 80. For the structure, I believe it was 50 and 55 or something like that. That's within the realm of tolerance between different arborists. They bring different sets of expertise and different knowledge sets based on their personal experience, and they may have seen things that the other arborists didn't. I didn't see anything dramatically different between the two. Slight differences such as that are fairly common.
Okay, thanks. And Commissioner Templeton, do you have more questions for Mr. Gollinger?
Well, I'm just waiting for
the answer from staff.
Do you want us to look it up, or?
I can say that it is older than 20 years and that the county tax assessor suggests a building has been there since 1945.
Okay. Well, yeah, that if it's really 100 years old, that's totally different than something that may have happened within the last 50 years. So okay, so we'll just let that go. I'm done with Mr. Gollinger.
All right, we've got Commissioner Heckman, and then back to you, Commissioner Templeton.
Okay, I've got a variety of sort of more discrete items I want to cover. One of the things that we would need to do to move this forward with a recommendation of approval is we need a comp plan amendment, because right now our comp plan doesn't allow the retention of any amount of office space in this situation. And so you've teed that up for us. And I'm supportive of doing that here. But there was a comment in the staff report, and it just wasn't clear to me. Staff thinks that the office use should be limited to medical office. And to me, that makes a lot of sense here because that's its current use. But this comp plan amendment would be citywide, I think. And so I wanted to understand from staff whether staff wants citywide any retention of office space in this situation, we're now residentially designated, would have to be medical office, or are you really just site specific here?
I'll start and then we might have some more clarification, but no, and in fact, I don't believe that we are advocating for medical office restriction on this site either.
More specifically, I believe that was a point of discussion at the prior PTC meeting,
Okay.
but as the PC ordinance is drafted in attachment B and discussed in the staff report, it is maintaining existing office square footage, but not necessarily the medical use specifically.
Okay, all right. So on packet page 18, end of the first full paragraph, staff recommends this exception be limited to medical office. I want to clean that up. That might have been a carryover from last year's staff report. Page 18, yeah, just above the word height, just above the new heading height. So you might want to, if that's no longer staff's recommendation, clean that up.
Thank you.
And then related to that, in the findings for policy, let's see what page, I think this is on, where'd it go? 21? No. Oh, packet page 26, 25 and 26, a lot. So again, this is a comp plan amendment citywide, but your findings for policies L1.1, a number of them are really tied to this particular application. And so I would suggest that you look at that and generalize these statements so that they're right. So for example, the bottom package, page 25, it talks about facilitate construction of 63 new rental apartments. Well, that's the old number for here, but even if it's 66, that's just about here. And so what we're talking about is a citywide permanent change. So I think you want to generalize those. Next question, middle field setback. So I want to understand, we've got this 24-foot setback, special setback on middle field to the face of the building. Underneath that 24 feet, is there going to be a garage?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that has some effect on some of the discussion we've had up here about what might happen in any part of that 24 feet in the future. Staff has asked us to weigh in on whether we should require an easement for any part of that setback for future use. And I do think because this project is really using reduced parking from our base code, there's a nexus and rough proportionality to require an easement over some part of it for surface use. Recognizing that we're not going to be able to dig down here because there's going to be a garage in the way. And so I am supportive of that, but, and this is where, maybe the legal knowledge hinders me. I think we can't make people set aside land in case we might want to build a road there in the future when they're proposing to develop. I think there are some issues with that. So I think we have to be cautious, but I am supportive of this idea of being able to use some part of that surface area for transportation, uses. Let's see, packet page 20. I do believe this project as designed offers sufficient public benefit. In fact, it exceeds our requirement. The weighted value of these, the BMRs is 28%, and that's not even including some additional weighting for the extremely low category, which I don't think we have a rating for that. But if we did, it would increase that number. So I think that's a good thing. A question on, I think it's packet pages 21 and 42. There are two different impact fees listed. One's 2.8, the other's 4.1. As this goes to council, whichever one it is, clean that up. Let's see. Parking spaces. I did listen to Vice Chair Aiken's suggestion. I'm hesitant. I don't know if we can put price controls on parking spaces, but what I am wondering if we can do is require that those parking spaces can only be leased to building occupants. Because and maybe that's automatic, but if it's not, I would think, again, they're building it. It's a potential source of revenue. And I think that's a way, if we can't tell them you can only charge $10 a space per month, that we can deprive them of basically putting it out on the market, and the highest bidder will take it. So that's kind of an alternative take. I also, when I look at the parking, this is an aggressive TDM because we're looking at a 30% rather than 20% reduction, which, if my math is right, is talking about 5 parking spaces. That's the difference between 20% and 30%. And I think this garage already employs some stacked parking, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is whether if among the potential measures that would be included in the TDM, whether there's an opportunity to add within the existing space, because obviously that's not going to grow, convert some other part of it to add up to as many as you could, up to 5 more stacked parking spaces. Now, they may already be maxed and that may not be physically possible, but if it hasn't been explored, maybe that could be. Again, I'm not suggesting that they do that now, but if there's space in there to go from 1 to 2 stacked and they don't hit their targets, that could be one of the TDM measures. Let's see, just 2 more quick points. I think it's a little bit of a misnomer. To the extent people are wanting to make a connection between FEMA's requirements and the office space, I think it's misguided. That FEMA is not driving this applicant to include office space. Money is driving this applicant to retain office. And if FEMA said you don't need all that space, I suspect what they would be cutting was some of the shared space on the ground rather than the office space. So I think, again, that their builder's remedy project is proposing to retain all this office space. If whatever consolation is, it's 100 square feet less than their current office space. That's, a 10 by 10 office. That's a couple cubicles. So we are actually reducing very slightly the number of workers in Palo Alto through this effort, while significantly increasing housing, 1% of our arena total. And then finally, I'm supportive of Vice Chair Aiken's suggestion that in forwarding our recommendation to the council, we include a recommendation that it somehow get on a work plan to study reconfiguration of Byron.
Just before we go on to Commissioner Templeton, really quick, I think the applicant said that they actually were pursuing an all residential building, and then because of the FEMA thing, they added the office. So that was something that the applicant mentioned during their presentation. Go ahead, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think I'm going to shift gears a little bit because I'm focused on some of the feedback we've heard. We've heard people who don't like the project because it has office space. We've heard people who don't like the project because it has an underground garage that might encroach on the tree. We've heard people complain that the underground garage is too small. We've heard complaints about parking on the street, whether we're going to be able to access for drop-off locations. And I'm just trying to think of, this is really challenging to wade through and help guide the applicant into a project that would be acceptable and exciting to the community. So before I try and break that down, I just want to ask Mr. Yang, can you describe, I know you've been asked several times, I just want to go through it again. What is the nature of the threat hanging over our heads if this project is not approved?
Sure. The applicant has a pending application under the builder's remedy, where I believe it was 88 units that are proposed. That number could change by up to 20%, and the applicant would still be able to utilize the same application under the builder's remedy. And there's no
and the builder's remedy is still applicable because of the timing of our approval of the housing element?
That's right. And there's no particular control over, any of the building standards, any of the parking ratios. The developer can generally do what they would like.
And on the other hand, if we do approve a project, and what happens to the builder's remedy project? Does that become null?
No, it does not. The applicant can always turn to the builder's remedy as an option if if it ends up deciding that this project as approved isn't what I'd like to do.
Until what point?
I would have to.
Like once council approves it, for example, or we don't know?
No, there is no. Uh, there may be a limit at some outside point, but the approval of this project doesn't have any bearing on whether or not we can pursue.
That is really helpful clarification. Thank you for taking the time to spell it out in detail. Okay, so going back to what I was saying earlier, like we have all these different, like somebody's going to be unhappy. Like there's no way to move forward. Something's going to be built on this lot, and it is up to us to do our best to cooperate with the owners and the builders to have something that is the best that we can all agree on. So as compelling as the feedback and the commentary from the public has been, we also have to recognize that the owner has some rights as well. And then we need to recognize those. So I'm going to tell you what has been going through my mind. None of my colleagues have mentioned these options. And so I'm guessing probably they are not going to be included. But if I had my druthers, I would not do the garage. And then I would expect all these other things that we talked about. And then for parking, I would say that parking has to be handled through some other mechanism that's not just the residential street parking, such as let's charge those high rates for city parking. Let's not worry about the $50 street parking permits. Let's go ahead and say, if you're going to go forward with this project, it needs to be $1,500 a year in the city parking garage 2 blocks away. Something like that. I don't know. It's a little bit wild. And nevertheless, what does that accomplish? Well, it reduces the amount of cars in and out of the property. It reduces the threat on the trees, right? It reduces our need to perfect the squabbling about how many spots are underground, because we can move those spots where we need to have them within some walking distance. I think we can ask ourselves for a little bit more. We've kind of gotten in a pattern where we're just tweaking and refining, but we should give ourselves a little bit of permission to ask for what we think the community needs and try and negotiate that with the applicants, because this project has a lot of potential. We've heard a lot of interest in it. We're excited about the opportunity to have this housing. And one more thing, if we don't have the parking, we don't have to have the office. So it accomplishes a lot of goals. That said, it would frustrate people who are worried about parking, including probably the applicants. So I'm going to leave it at that for now and chime back in more later, but thank you for the time.
All right, Commissioner Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to circle back to, first I just want to bring up the tree, and just for the applicant, you have visualizations, but I'm assuming you don't have a visualization specific to the tree.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you got one with the roots and all the rest, but quote unquote, you have a BIM of the tree by itself. No, I just think you've heard so much conversation about this tree. It might almost, like in future applications, just make a specific model of the tree so everyone can see the roots. I mean, you know what I mean? Because it's been a lot of conversation about a tree. A TIM, a tree information model, I think is what we're talking about. So with that, I'm going to go and look at on page 4, we have findings number 3. And so I just want to comment on this quickly, and then I'm going to comment on findings number 6. And this is in the architectural section. So on page 4, it says the design of a high quality with the appropriate construction technique. And I think high quality is something that Palo Alto does require. And we all know you can take a good design and build it poorly. You can take a poor design.
What page is this?
What's that?
What page is?
Oh, sorry. I think it's page 4 in the packet. Oh, page 31. Sorry, it says page 4 on the bottom here. Packet page 30. Sorry. Where are we at here? 37. 37, there we go, thank you.
And so just for clarification, those are the architectural review findings, not the, oh, sorry, that is, number 3 at the top of that is under the planned community findings.
Okay, so it's open? Okay, thank you. I was gonna ask that question first, but I thought I would just wing it a little bit. Okay, so you can take a poor design and build it well, and take a good design and build it poorly. And I think that's one of the things, which is where I wanted to come back with the workforce and educated workforce, apprentice workforce, is that I'd like to see the building constructed with that high quality workforce.
Sorry, can I just ask for clarification? You're talking about finding 1 under the architectural review findings?
Number 3.
Number 3 under, okay, got it.
High quality and appropriate construction techniques.
No, on the next page.
Oh, so it's finding number 3 for the architecture review findings.
Correct.
So I think I'll let Ms. Armour.
I'll go ahead and jump in. So
So it does
on
change.
packet page 38, finding 3, that is under the architectural review findings. That is not part of the consideration by Planning and Transportation Commission.
Fantastic. Thank you. A high quality construction is a good idea. And then just to throw it in there, it talked about sustainability as well. And so, but I'll leave that one go. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Suma.
I may jump in for one moment.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I just want to amend one of my prior statements in response to Commissioner Templeton. As far as the kind of, is there an expiration on the builder's remedy application? Right now, the city and the developer have agreed to a tolling agreement to place that project on hold while this one's being processed. And so in the event that the PC is approved by the council, the city likely would not agree to extend that agreement, and it would expire. And then the builder's remedy application would as well.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's interesting. I want to mention a couple of other specific things. And one small observation is that I believe the 10,000 square feet, that is the workout place. I can't think of the name. I think typically when we're calculating square footage, and this is consistent with the other accessory uses to the main use, they're just assigned to the other use. So I just don't see that as being necessary. If it's shared by both uses, half should go to the residential and half should go to, I think that's consistent with the way we do it. And the office for the residential and the lobby for the, commercial is not called other. So that's just a small thing, and I haven't seen it done that way before. And then bigger issues is not the staff report, but our slide presentation brought up 1838-150, which are the special requirements, mentioned that it was not consistent with the special requirements, but there was no discussion of it. So it was one of several important issues, the FEMA one and this one, that were kind of just, there was a statement, but not a discussion to explain how, what, why. I think I know, but it seems inconsistent with what we've been told lately about that section of the code. And I don't know if we want to bring it all up right now, because I'm going to make a recommendation, a motion in a minute. And the other thing is the code amendment. It's a citywide, very big change, not the code amendment, the municipal plan text amendment. It's a very big change, and there's a glaring need, in my opinion, to have a fulsome discussion of the impacts, the pros and cons, what it means. I mean, a PC is something we can have in every single zone in the city. And to just say, I would be more comfortable making a variance if that's what this body wants to recommend. I'm not saying that I do, but I'm more comfortable with a one-off variance. I think that's what variances are for, than making a broad citywide change to the comprehensive plan without any idea of what the impacts are. There are some places where you would not want that to happen, where a grandfathered office use, regardless of whether it's medical or general office, really doesn't fit in anymore and it isn't wanted. I just think that's a huge sweeping change. And I am convinced if you think it's the right time to make a motion that I think gives us time and the applicant time to respond to a lot of really big things that came up. Otherwise, we're going to have to draft a motion that some of us may support or some may not, but it will have massive and really complicated conditions of approval in it. And I think it would be better to continue this and let the applicant respond to those all, so it can come back and our recommendation to council can be one where we think we know what we're recommending. And so that there can be, I'm uncomfortable with the text amendment to the plan, the municipal plan, sorry, can't spit it out anymore. I'm uncomfortable with that being handled in the same meeting that it depends on, to the same decision that it depends on to make it work, to make the findings. I mean, I think that's the definition of a paradox. And I think it should have come to us separately with a full staff report. So I think because of these big issues and the conditions of approval that we want attached, I think this should be continued. And I think this board has been very responsive to moving this project along. And I know we sent it to ARB in a timely fashion. That's not a stalling technique. It's just going to be too complicated to get it right. And I am not comfortable doing a citywide policy text amendment in the same motion of a quasi judicial hearing that depends on it, that text amendment to make the findings. It's just very backwards to me, timing wise. So I would like to make a motion to continue this, and I can enumerate all the really good ideas that were conditions of approval, and also suggest that we have a full consideration of the text amendment and pass that first on its own, so that we know what we're doing here. It's as soon as possible. I wouldn't want to be prescriptive about Commissioner Templeton asked me without her microphone on, continue to when. And I think it's best for staff to decide that because it depends on their workload. But that's what I'd like to do. So are there more comments?
There are more comments. I mean,
okay. I wasn't sure where we were.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. My bad.
So I'd be happy to do that. And that is to move this along in a fashion where we all understand what we're getting, including the applicant, of course, and that we can make a recommendation that has specificity and isn't so complicated to the council. And so that we can consider the code, the text amendment, on its own merit, understanding its impacts before we include it in their application.
Okay, so we have lights still from Commissioner, from Vice Chair Aiken, from Commissioner G, and then Commissioner Templeton, and I also had some questions. So, oh, it's a ghost light? Okay, great. And we had a very out-of-the-box idea from Commissioner Templeton. So let's hear what Commissioner Aiken and Commissioner G have to say. If we're continuing it, I will probably say, I had some other questions too. But let's.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I do believe got a motion that was made. I don't know if it's being withdrawn or whether there is a second.
No, I'm not withdrawing it. I didn't actually make a motion. I said I was ready to make a motion.
Okay,
And the
great.
reason
Thank
is
you for that
I didn't know
clarification.
how many lights were on and how many people still wanted to speak, and I'd rather wait.
Yeah. Okay, so let's hear from Vice Chair Aiken.
Thank you. I'll be quick. In response to a couple of comments made by Commissioner Heckman, the issue is not that the property managers will lease spaces in the building out to non-residents. The issue is that residents will choose to go elsewhere because the cost differential is so high. So as for negotiating prices, we do have a precedent. There was a negotiation on the unbundled parking prices for 3265 El Camino. For Commissioner Templeton, it's good to think out of the box. We have to leave it to the applicant to decide whether the project would be marketable without parking at all. But as much as I would love to take advantage of the Webster Cowper garage, there are a number of difficult problems, some of which Mr. Buchanan alluded to, the most serious of which being that a lot of the spaces in that garage are simply not available. They're reserved for the parking assessment district members. And outside the parking assessment district, we have no idea how many of those there are and under what conditions they could be reused. So good idea. We don't have enough information to act on it.
We can get that information.
We've been trying for years.
Well, it could become a priority. Who knows? I mean, if it's 66 housing units on the line, maybe.
Yeah, it's up to the parking assessment district, not to us. All right, that's it for me.
And I'm going to jump in one more time. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I did want to do a time check. It is 10 p.m. And so I wanted to check in as to whether the commission does intend to continue with the other items on the agenda. Staff is available to continue if you would like, and we can, but I wanted to check in on that. Thank you.
Okay, so can we just quickly hear from Commissioner G, and then we'll address that question about what we're going to do on the next item, and then we'll go back to any potential motions. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff. I know it's getting late. Thank you, those of the public that are still here with us. I just wanted to say, kind of zooming out here, this is an awesome spot for our project, and I'm very excited about many different components of it. I want to echo some of the sentiments from some of the other fellow commissioners here. I think, for me, I think a lot about transportation impacts. And as previously mentioned, won't go over into detail, I think that University and Middlefield are significant corridors, and I think that some kind of easement or some kind of something similar should be considered at this, on the Middlefield setback side. I also want to comment on Commissioner Heckman's math about 5 parking spaces being the difference. I think that just looking at the numbers here, I think that there might have been some, based on what I saw in the staff report, that the total expected number is 111.
These are the numbers.
Yes. But I also want to talk about the reality, which is that like the fact that the ADA spaces count for 2, I think somewhat obscure some of the numbers. So I just want to say that the total number of parking spaces, if we count ADA as 1, is 68 in the new proposed. I also am very curious about Commissioner Templeton's suggestion about the no garage. Although Vice Chair Aiken mentioned that we don't have information about the parking in the Cowper-Webster garage, that may be another reason to continue this while we figure out more information about the parking situation. And in addition, I want to reiterate my interest in having a parking and or traffic study done at this section, as many of the public, those who lived on Byron, have said that there's significant congestion, and I think that these could be potentially coupled together.
If I may, a traffic analysis was completed as a part of the environmental impact report. We may still have a consultant online for that. Yes, Eric Say from Hexagon. If
Yes.
you have any specific questions, but
Yeah, I had a question. I didn't get a chance to take a look at that, but did that include parking study or is that only traffic congestion?
We did look at the parking as well, but I think the parking information was already presented by staff, and the parking basically there's a reduction in parking based on the city code requirements. Let me go back to my study here.
to elaborate a little bit, the parking and transportation analysis completed is looking at the CEQA requirements, which includes VMT, vehicle miles traveled, as well as locally LOS when it meets certain thresholds, which I believe this project did. And so, however, parking is not considered a CEQA-related impact, so it is mostly analyzed by the city requirements. There is also a draft TDM plan, which was completed and works to partner with that 30% parking reduction in spaces to provide alternative modes of transportation and support for multimodal transportation.
Thank you. I guess then I'll focus my comments specifically around the portions not addressed in the environmental impact review. I am pretty cautious about TDMs. There's one currently being discussed near my own house, and I know that for that one, for example, we won't get samples for 3 years for measurement, and so that's a little bit concerning. So I would love to see some kind of more parking information and see how that might relate to Commissioner Templeton's information. And I also want to reiterate kind of my initial comments about the office. I do think that potentially not having an office could also knock out several different elements that have been different public commenters and other folks who are against the project as is are saying. For example, not having the office could potentially reduce the daylight plane impacts. I believe on one of the packet pages, it currently says that there's, quote, significant intrusions into the daylight plane. So removing the office would help with that. And also, I saw in the plans that there was a separate elevator for the office. And so that there might be other amenities that are currently designated for the office that could be reapportioned to housing or others issues. And I also want to echo Commissioner Suma's comments about the text amendment. I am a little bit worried about it being broad, and I'll just leave that at that for now.
Okay, let's take, yes, I was actually going to ask the applicant a question, but we need to quickly let our staff know whether we're going to continue on to the next item. So let's address that question about whether we are able to stay to address the El Camino Real focus area. And I think the easiest way to do it is just if each commissioner can kind of, if we can go down the line.
So I think we should move item 3 to a future agenda item and keep item 4, which is a short procedural item that we don't need the public to be as awake for.
I'd agree with Commissioner Heckman.
Ditto.
Same here.
I have to recuse on item 3, so I will abstain from commenting on item 3. But should that motion carry, I will stay and do item 4.
I agree.
Unfortunately, I have to leave as soon as possible to a family situation that's occurring right now. So I'm happy to vote, but I don't think I can stay for either item, actually.
Okay, well, we would still have quorum though. Okay, so do we want to make a motion about continuing? Can we, would somebody like to make that motion?
Yeah, and I would recommend it be continued to a date certain of March 26th, the
Okay.
next meeting, 2 weeks.
Okay,
So moved.
second. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Dell, would you like to take a vote on that?
Yes, or would you want to do voice vote?
Okay, we're gonna do a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And any abstentions?
I
One
abstain.
abstention.
I wasn't sure.
The one abstention. Okay, so the motion passes 6-0-1. All right. With that, we're gonna keep going on this item. So I had a question for the applicant about this really fascinating out-of-the-box proposal about no parking at all, because I heard the applicant say about, wanting to have as much parking as possible in order to make it marketable. So, and then I know the applicant was hoping to speak about something as well. So if you want to come up and answer that question, as well as I will let you, you raised your hand, and we want to hear what you have to say, because we're.
Thank you for all your comments. So, yeah, I'm trying to juggle all the stuff you guys have said as well. I just want to mention a couple things while I'm thinking about it. So,
just let the record show that Commissioner Templeton has to leave.
Commissioner G, just in response to some of your comments in regards to the office, and also some comments made by Commissioner Hector. So it was a very iterative process on getting to the 25% non-residential component. So I appreciate your back of the envelope numbers. I'm also a very mathematical, analytical person. And so I can tell you it was a very delicate process. And also the staff did explain it well as what also. So there's an office piece that fits a certain definition for the city. Then there's a non-residential definition that FEMA calls non-residential. So although we haven't categorized, let's say the gym space, or that space is half office and half residential, we actually categorize it all as non-residential to get to that 25% threshold. So it's actually a lot closer math than what's on the back of your envelope. So it is a delicate balance to try to get to that 25%. And just so you know as well, it was one of our goals going into this thing, because we understand that this is a housing project. We want this to be a housing project. So we deliberately have not increased the office from our original proposal. So we're not using this as a gotcha to say, oh, we're going to expand the office by double. No, we've kept the office the same. So we've expanded the non-residential components of the ground floor to satisfy the 25% FEMA. We have not grown the office. But also, Commissioner Heckman is correct. The office does drive the ability to offer affordable housing on the site. If we eliminate a component of the office, project's dead. That's just the truth. That's how the math works behind this project. I lost my train of thought in expanding on this. So I'm going
to say, yeah, we 100% have to park this project. There's no way this thing gets built without parking on site underground as it's been designed. Like, no possibility.
Can we quote you on that for all future projects that want to underpark?
I also want to say we don't want a continuance here. It's been too much, too long. Please just vote.
Well, I have a couple other questions that are on before we do motions. So there is a letter from Valley Water that specifically says on packet page 155 that it is unclear if dewatering will occur after construction. And somebody had asked something about it, and I'm not sure I caught the answer because I was trying to track things as well as listen at the same time and may have failed. But will there be dewatering occurring after construction?
That it will not be known until the construction phase of this project.
Okay, but then is that a condition of approval, or is that how do we ensure that is adhered to?
Yes, there is a standard condition related to dewatering from the Public Works Engineering Department. Sorry, I drifted away from the microphone. But essentially, all of the details regarding the dewatering will meet city code and get determined as a part of the building permit application process.
Okay, and then my other question was about parking. This is for medical, so I know that we're doing unbundled parking for the residential. Is it also like, it's not unbundled for the office, right? Like, there's no, I mean, people don't have to pay for it. It goes with the office, and then the office tenant decides how that office is, how those parking spaces are handled, correct?
Yes, the unbundling relates particularly to residential units being included in the rent and assigned to individual units as a part of the lease agreement.
Understood.
And so, yeah, offices work different.
Okay, great. So those were my two questions, I think. Wait, oh, I don't know if Mr. Rios is still there. He popped on for a second while I was talking about setbacks, and is he still there? I can't see.
He looks like he is.
Oh, you're still there. Hello, Mr. Rios. So you were going to pop on and say something. I'm going to ask you, is 3 feet sufficient? Let's say that, you know, a bike lane needed to be constructed, like how far down do we need to dig?
You know, I was thinking about this and looking up at the street view. To be honest, it's going to be hard to build almost anything with the parking garage there. Just the way the current things are set up. If anything, some of the existing equipment that's adjacent to the curb would probably need to go into the setback, and such as, like, for example, the traffic signal pole at University and Middlefield. It's not in an ideal spot. That's an outdated design. Ideally, it would go kind of behind the sidewalk. In most cases, behind the sidewalk, still city right away. It's not here. That would be within the special setback, and to move that pole there, you need to go down at least 12 to 16 feet for poles. You know, presumably if you build a bike path to current standards, would need some sort of lighting, and so lighting, utilities, etc., would typically go in the area, like to the back of the sidewalk or the back of a new path. And if we added 11-foot lane, that would pretty much take the planter strip and the sidewalk. So the signal cabinets, any kind of roadway signage, it's signal poles, street lights, etc., would typically go in that setback, and the parking garage would prohibit it, any kind of real work. We have examples downtown where there's parking or basements that are under the sidewalks that have been really prohibitive of transportation related improvements.
And that's why we usually say that the basement can't extend beyond the footprint of the building, correct?
Well, I mean, that can be, I think, I apologize, one of the other commissioners mentioned, you know, in Reno, and I'm familiar with Reno and San Francisco, it is possible to put a basement under a roadway, but that does take extra structural. I'm not a structural engineer, but I know it's beyond the typical basement and requires extra structural stuff and other depth, and even then it limits what you can put up on it, and probably wouldn't be conducive to any kind of utilities like signal poles or street lighting poles or anything. So
Okay, thank you. That actually is very helpful and rather discouraging, so thank you. Is this Commissioner Peterson?
Thank you. So to follow up on the question with the roadway, is it okay to ask the applicant, are you able to work with that requirement that possibly you would have a roadway on top of your parking garage?
We were happy to look into that further. Our analysis with the current garage design is it can accommodate bike paths, things like that, but I don't think it's anticipated, and a right-hand turn potentially, but it's not anticipated to be able to support a full lane of traffic in its current design. We're happy to explore that further.
And then the other question is the question about the lighting, signage, signaling being attached to the parking garage.
I have never heard that before, so I'm not really prepared to talk about that part of it.
To staff, is there any details we can get on the specifications that what kind of structural foundation do you need for that type of equipment?
Well, I'm just looking right now, we have about 10.5 feet and we have a 5-foot sidewalk and then the 5 feet between the sidewalk and the roadway, the current roadway, the face of curb, we have traffic signal poles, street lights, traffic signal cabinets. I know the signal poles, just I'm looking at right now on Google Street View. In an ideal world, it would go kind of where the grass is right now, which would be right on top of the garage, and that pole foundation. So look at the one in the corner. If you're going to build anything in that first 10 feet, those two cabinets would be on the grass. The signal pole closest to the corner would be on the grass. And that pole they're pointing at right now is about a 12 to 16 foot deep foundation. The two cabinets have utility conduits going into it, which is about 3 or 4 feet deep underneath it. There's I don't know what's in that utility vault right there also. But so presumably, like, I wouldn't anticipate the road being over the garage. I would anticipate this stuff being over the garage and then the extra lane going where the sidewalk is right now and where the dirt is. But
I'm assuming that it's not impossible to attach the signal pole to directly like a flat mount, I guess is what it'd be called, or does it have to be embedded into the concrete with some kind of I'll just leave it at that. That can be there's mounts that'll bolt that to a flat mount, correct?
not typically for a traffic signal pole. They have this pole itself has I believe it's a real it's way outdated standards, but the arm that sticks over is going to be at least 20-30 feet and have to withstand like I think 100-mile-an-hour wind load. It's they're not generally not, I mean, like surface mounted. Even getting into the bigger poles, I mean, the pole foundation that, like I was saying, 12 to 16 feet deep and about 5 feet in diameter.
So quickly to the applicant, I know we're moving outside of the architectural world and into the civil engineering world. Do you have an answer to the traffic signal? I mean, it seems to me like this is a rebar and concrete problem at that point to mount this.
Yes, I'm not a contractor either, but what I can say is we have done some initial studies. So if we were to pull our garage back, we would lose about 8 stalls is what our estimate is in order to accommodate, full in-ground, whatever you want that setback. So it's possible we lose 8 stalls. Again,
Yeah, thank you.
Nobody likes losing stalls, but.
Well, I mean, we just had a proposal on the table to remove all parking.
Yeah.
So at this point, 8 stalls sounds like nothing. And I guess my question to you would have been like, is 8 stalls that's severely underparked, but it's not no parking. And is it something that, I know that you guys wanted as much parking as possible, and I think that while we were providing parking, we wanted as much parking as possible, but now we're learning new information that we did not have that, I mean, really affects kind of feasibility at a core corner of downtown Palo Alto.
Yeah, I think we're definitely willing to consider it. I mean, we again, this is kind of coming all out at the same time too, but we are going to consider.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we had a question from Commissioner G.
Ms. Callis, do you mind pulling up that street view image again?
Maybe Mr. Rios could do it more easily.
Sorry.
No, I was sharing it earlier, so it was right there.
Yeah. can I have a clarification about where exactly 0 feet setback is? Like, does the garage, would it go underneath the pole? It would go where the grass is? I just want some visual aid here.
So my interpretation of the plans, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the property line is right at the edge of the grass line, which is the back of the sidewalk. So the grass in this image would be on top of the garage.
That's correct.
And you know, like I wouldn't anticipate a travel lane that close to the building, but I would anticipate like either a bike path, separated bike path, or a travel lane to be kind of where the dirt and the sidewalk are right now. But that means the boxes where the hand is on right now, and the signal pole, there's street lighting, you know, off to the left, off the screen, all of that stuff would presumably need to be moved out of this way and kind of over the garage area in what would be the setback. But the street light poles are not as deep, but they are definitely more than 3 feet deep. So
Also, just for a sense of scale, with what you are currently looking at, the existing building is between 10 and 12 feet from the property line. It's not meeting the 24-foot setback at this time.
Thank you. So just to like clarify, so for example, something that could be useful would potentially be a bus lane here. So like we're saying that with the garage underneath, it would just be impossible to support the weight of something like that. Is that what I'm hearing, Mr. Rios?
well, so if you put a bus lane right where the sidewalk is, you know, and then you had a curb, the traffic signal pole on the corner would need to go where the grass is. And I'm saying that traffic signal pole, the foundation for that goes down minimum 12 feet. I think the new standards might even be 16 feet, but we have a garage that's the garage that's 3 feet down. You know, the conduits to these boxes are about 4 feet deep.
I think what we're trying to say is that the existing street infrastructure in the right-of-way would need to be moved into the setback to accommodate a wider lane of traffic. And it would not be the traffic lane itself that goes in the setback. It would be all of this infrastructure that's currently in the sidewalk.
But I mean, I think this explains why there's a special setback on Middlefield for precisely this reason. Okay. Do my colleagues have a suggestion for what we should do here? Because I don't think that I would be in favor of approving the project as is, because I feel so strongly about the ability to make circulation changes that kind of affect all of Palo Alto right at that intersection.
I would be happy to make a motion to continue and include what I was gonna, what I think are the conditions of approval as things that we need more information about so that we can, one, tee up a really good recommendation for the council, and two, so we can have clarity on this before we're making a decision, and the text amendment especially, I think. So, and the intention, I'll state again, is not to delay this project, which the Planning Commission has not delayed. I mean, and to have a better product for everyone to move recommendation for the council. And as to whether it can be continued to the timing of that, whether it's date certain or uncertain, I will leave up to staff. And I'm ready to do that if you want me to.
Turns out there's one more question here from Commissioner G. Let's ask that question and then.
Yeah, so I guess I have a really dumb question, which is it possible to make the garage 3 floors down and just pull it in?
Very expensive. It just gets prohibitively expensive. It's already really deep. So it gets uneconomical to go deeper like that. I mean, I think just thinking out loud and responding to some of these comments I'm hearing, we are willing to think through and work with staff on, look, if we need to lose a stall here or a stall there to accommodate the street, light, like, it feels like that's maybe a good path forward. It's anyway, that's a thought, right? I mean, we're willing to work and figure out what specific areas maybe need the depth and leave those untouched. Anyway, for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Commissioner or Vice, well, we've got, let me just go to Vice Chair again, and then Commissioner Peterson.
All right, so I'm just ruminating that, yes, that approach does seem like the fastest way forward. And I think you could get considerable support from this commission, at least if we can work out some of those issues. Yeah, I'm concerned about the comp plan issue as well, so we would need to revisit that. The only question that remains for me then is whether this can be done to a date certain. And I need to ask our staff what they think.
I think it depends on the extent of the additional analysis that you are asking for.
Well, not just we're asking for, but what the applicant needs. If you're going to work out a partial redesign of the garage, that will take some hard to predict amount of time.
Correct. And so depending on what revised materials or analysis you are requesting from the applicant, and how much time that would require could affect the date. It might be that it is prudent to just renotice to a new date, so it would be a date uncertain. This is a project that does require a 20-day noticing, but we would, of course, as soon as have some estimate of when it can get on, we would put it on the soonest possible date.
So what we need is to make sure that we have requested absolutely all the information we need to proceed later. Is that the way you interpret it as well?
Okay, Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. To the staff, just a quick question. When you said that the foundation of the traffic signal is, 16 feet, you're talking about the concrete and rebar foundation, correct?
Yeah, yes, exactly. It's
Okay, so I just wanted to point out, I mean, what we're talking about is essentially just a reinforced concrete corner to the basement. I mean, they're putting a concrete foundation in already that's going to be what, 24 foot deep or something. You're just talking about a circular corner, essentially, that's reinforced rebar. So it's from that standpoint, it's a fairly minor modification to their design. And I don't think this is a major issue to be figuring out how to attach a traffic signal pole to a foundation. I think they could figure it out. And I don't think it's, if we're postponing for that issue alone, I don't think that's a major issue that they're going to have trouble figuring out.
If I may, I would express concerns about that for a number of different things without being an expert in any of this. We don't know where the traffic pole might be. There's no current design for redesigning the street, so we don't know where that would need to be located. And just the idea of attaching something that the city is responsible to something constructed on private property gives me pause. In terms of, who's responsible for maintenance, or what if there were damage, somebody runs into the light pole and it damages the foundation of the building. All of those kinds of things, I would guess would be of concern, that it would be more than a minor change.
Yeah, I think we would need, Mr. Rios is fantastic, but Mr. Rios is flying by the seat of his pants right now. There may be issues that he hasn't thought about at 10 p.m. on a Wednesday. And so I think that in order to really look at this, that's right, there are no plans here, but if we wanted to preserve, we've seen other plans that say that there is probably going to be something here. So we need to understand really, we thought that, 24-foot setback at the surface would do it, but it sounds like that's not the case. And I think we just need to understand that a little bit more. Okay. So Are we ready for a motion of some sort? Okay, I usually don't let the applicant speak this much, but I will.
This has been an unusual process. So it sounds like you guys have some ideas. What we would really prefer is to just incorporate those ideas into some kind of a conditions of approval and let us go to council. We can't keep doing this, guys. It's been like 5 years. I mean, we're getting new direction all the time, coming in from left field. Like, you just got to let us, put these conditions of approval and let us go to council.
Okay, I have a question for staff. Thank you. So there was, regarding the office and the need to make a comp plan amendment, Commissioner Suma has suggested that it would be better to do just a variance. Is that something that can even be done? Because this is not a zoning variance. This is a land use variance. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this is a modification to the city's comprehensive plan. And so variance is something that we use for modifications to the zoning regulations. So unfortunately, the comp plan amendment is the path forward to allow this to proceed.
Okay, and on that front, I also am not comfortable with something that's as broad as currently written because we haven't had, there's no analysis on what the impact might be. So if it's just late and I'm worried about wordsmithing something that I'm not, without understanding the impacts. So that's at least where I stand on that. Other thoughts before we start entertaining motions?
And through the chair, just a reminder that if you are not comfortable moving this forward tonight, but do want to respond to the applicant's request, you could recommend denial of the project as proposed, and could list out the items that were of concern. So that is always an option. If you're not going to have
Is that preferable, do you think?
I think it's a balance. I always want to help the planning commission get to a point where you can make a recommendation for approval. And it is beneficial for the council to have your perspective and your recommendation. But we are also balancing a desire to help move these housing projects forward. And so it's a question for the planning commission. I just wanted to make sure that you remembered that that is an option. If you want to allow it to move forward with all of your concerns stated, that is one option to recommend denial with those explanations for why.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I know where all the fellow commissioners stand on this, so maybe the best way is to go ahead, Commissioner Suma.
So I don't wish to deny the project. I wish the project to be approvable by this body and then by council. And this is all of these issues some of these issues just came to light this evening. That's problematic. But the text amendment of the comp plan is really a deal breaker for me. And that is not the fault of the applicant or any of the work they've done. It's just insufficient. I have no idea what the impacts, pros and cons citywide of that might be. And it's just too big and broad for me to make this evening. And I felt that continuing it with specific opportunities to resolve these issues would be the best thing for everybody, including the applicant.
I think that's really valuable clarification. What we were just hearing from the applicant was an interest to move the project forward. I think that a concern with the comprehensive plan amendment is a really clear reason to recommend denial of the project. If you do not feel comfortable recommending that at this time, then there can't be support for the project because that is a critical piece in the process. However, you do have the choice tonight, whether you want to recommend approval recommend continuance or recommend denial.
Well, then maybe the way to approach it is to first look at the comp plan amendment piece, because we can do separate motions or have separate discussions on that. And if we find that the commission approves the comp plan amendment, then we could, it's a different reason for denying the project. So thoughts?
So you're suggesting this evening to take a vote on the comp plan amendment
or
separately from the project?
Yes, or to make a motion about continuing, say, just that piece of it when we have with more analysis and more information.
But that is the basis of finding number 3.
No, I understand that.
So that's why I said it was a paradox.
I don't know where the commission stands with respect to the comp plan amendment. It may be that we have it may be that we would approve it. I don't know where we stand. If we wouldn't approve it, then it becomes moot.
So you could have a discussion of the comp plan to get a sense of where the commission stands overall. Have that.
Commissioner Peterson, nobody's lighting anything up about discussions about anything right now. It's too late, I think.
I'm favorable to whatever it takes to finish up the work and move it to council. I mean, the applicant seems to be working with us, has obviously been working on this for a while, seems capable of resolving any of these issues we put forward. I think we've teased out all the problems, which seems to be what our job is. Staff seems to have a good understanding. I think we found the gaps in what's been presented to us. And I think council's capable of having that in front of them and having the applicant having that fixed before it gets to council. That's my honest opinion from what I see.
Vice Chair Aiken.
So looking at back at page 27, where the comp plan change is described, it specifically says as part of a planned community zone or in accordance with retail preservation requirements. So it is considerably more restrictive than universally across all cases in the city. Does that make you feel any less concerned?
No, because a PC can go anywhere and PCs can also be amended. So I did not say it had potential for affecting every application in the city. I had said it had the potential for affecting any PC application or any PC amendment. And I think that's significant to do citywide without a clear understanding of the impacts.
Yeah, I guess I am less worried about that because of the general Wild West aspect of PCs, where we've learned that essentially anything is fair game.
That's the problem.
So I don't like that very much, but it seems like it applies in this issue as well.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
I'm supportive of this project, and I'd actually like to move it forward with a favorable recommendation. I'm not feeling like I have the support of majority of the commission right now for that. So let me just address a couple of the big issues that keep being talked about. First of all, the comp plan amendment. I've been on this commission 5 years, and this is the first time this issue has come up. First time in 5 years that somebody with office in a residential zone wanted to keep some office and add residential. And Commissioner Suma, she's finishing her 8th year, and I suspect it hadn't come up in that time either, or else she would have mentioned it. So I'm really not concerned about this somehow opening the floodgates to now everybody's going to want to do it because it only applies in a very small number of circumstances. As Vice Chair Aiken just mentioned, there are limitations actually built into the proposed language. And even if it's in the comp plan, it's not an automatic you get your office. It's still a discretionary approval, right? That will be wrestled over just like this one. However, Unlike this one, those probably will not be sitting on top of a builder's remedy. And I am concerned that we can frustrate this applicant to the point where they're telling us tonight, we don't want to keep coming back here. And we can get to a point where we just frustrate them to the point where they say, we're sorry, we just have to go do the BR now because we can't be stalled, however well our intentions are. So I think we should be moving it forward. In terms of the street improvements, we've got a project in front of us. We have no plan for the corner of University and Middlefield in front of us. If we did, staff would have included in their staff report how these things need to be tied together and whether something the applicant is doing is impacting that corner in a way that we might be imposing requirements on them. But that's not happening. We've got a project applicant, no plan, just a future pipe dream of what might happen in that corner. So I don't think we should be conditioning it. I do think it would be appropriate to put a pin in it to recommend that between now and the time it gets to council, it be explored. Maybe there is a way to drop the corner parking space, whatever, to save a place. That could be explored, and I think that is an appropriate recommendation. I am interested in, if I were to make a motion to move this forward, dialoguing a little bit more about the parking rate issue to see if Vice Chair Aiken and I can find some common ground, because I think we both agree it's an issue. Right now I'm not sure we agree on what's the solution that we should impose, but I'm open to talk more about that. So those are my overall thoughts. I don't want to continue this. I don't want to send it forward with a recommendation of denial.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a little bit concerned about the amendment to the comprehensive plan for a couple of reasons. So one is that PC zones, there are 98 of them in Palo Alto, and some of them are in cul-de-sacs with single family homes. So I think that although it is the Wild West, I would love to see an analysis of the potential different parcels and other impacts there would be by this comprehensive plan amendment here. I also want to talk a little bit about what Commissioner Heckman said about this kind of planned community retail preservation occurring during his time as a commissioner. My understanding, and other folks can correct me, that the PC zone was on a little bit of a hibernation for a significant portion of time. And so that may be one of the reasons why these kinds of PC amendments with retail preservation hadn't come up. And then I also want to talk a little bit about the stalling. Looking at the timeline, it looks like this body has moved forward the last time it came to us, and we moved it forward to the ARB pretty expeditiously. So I do think that there are significant questions that has come before us today that I would like to see answered. And so with those comments, I am looking potentially towards a continuance at this time.
Chair, if I may speak to one of the requested pieces of information from Commissioner G.
Yes, go ahead.
In regards to analysis of all of the different planned development or planned communities within the city, that is a level of analysis that I would not advocate for as part of a comprehensive plan amendment. Any change to any of those is a fully discretionary act. It is a rezoning of those. And so while this opens that as something that could be requested, it is something that would have a project by project analysis. And so that level of detail of analysis for a comprehensive plan amendment of this sort is not something that staff would recommend.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. Another important point of clarification is you asked for analysis of existing planned communities. This specifically would not affect those because it is saying for properties that have existing commercial use, if they did a piece and are already zoned for residential use, and choose to do a planned community zone, like, because what this is modifying is the multiple family residential land use designation. So if it is in the multifamily residential land use zone and has existing commercial and wants to do a PC, they can keep the existing commercial.
Sure. So I guess
If approved.
If approved. So it doesn't affect existing PCs pretty much at all.
I guess my point just being, I don't know how many they are. I don't know where they are. I guess I just like to know more information at this time, just like as part of my decision towards moving towards a continuance.
All right, so my concern when I was going through this packet regarding the comp plan amendment was that it did feel too broad to me, but it might not be too broad at all. I just don't know how much grandfathered retail preservation, which we'd all probably be in favor of, but how much commercial square footage exists in multifamily zones. And what I have seen in this city over time are it's a lot of pressure towards commercial space. We just saw it with Fry's. We saw that we had something that was zoned RM30 for, I think, I don't know, zoned multiple family residential for decades, like for 30 years. And that was the intention of the community. And then it gets changed by a PC. Now, what my point being is that there was a process for the comp plan. There's a process that was quite in-depth that lasted years to create the comp plan and to decide on our land use. And so to make changes like this concerns me when I don't know what the impact is, particularly given the extreme pressure for housing right now. And what we continually hear is the need for office or commercial space in order for things to pencil out. And yet we, as a community, know that in certain areas, we want it to be exclusively multifamily residential. And I just don't understand how much would be affected by making this amendment. I would actually think it's quite appropriate in this particular spot because there's commercial all around it. And so if we were able, I was kind of thinking about this going, how do I limit the impact of this potentially without even knowing if there is an impact? Like, I don't know how much grandfathered commercial there is. But gee, if it's within 50 feet of existing commercial zones, then of course, right? Then it makes sense. So that would be a way to conscribe it, or a way we could specify the type of commercial that would be allowed. Like we've struggled with this definition, and we wanted to create a definition actually that we could use, but we don't have it yet, of community serving commercial. We've talked about this, probably a year ago at this point. And if I had those tools at my disposal, then I think I could make a quick correction. The problem is I don't have those tools at my disposal. And I think if I could do like a spot, for this PC, for the comp plan, then it would make a lot more sense to me. But on principle, it's just not the right way to use the comp plan without knowing. And so that's my concern. I don't see other lights.
One quick comment.
Go ahead.
Which is just about the reason that there's a reference to retail preservation here is because right now we have a conflict between our retail preservation ordinance and our comp plan in the multiple family designation, because our retail preservation ordinance says that you need to keep your retail. But if it's not permitted in the comp plan, then you can't do that. So It's only in here because we were trying to resolve that
Oh, I
conflict.
understand. I don't think that there was any issue. Thank you for clarifying that. And like, I could vote today on that portion in accordance with retail preservation. I could do that part because we have a law that, and we have all this, indication from the community as well as council that that's what they want. It's the rest, the existing commercial, the other commercial square footage that we haven't specified what kind of commercial that could be or where it could be. And thank you for that clarification, Mr. Yang.
I'm sorry. So the rest, I'm not understanding the comment because the rest of the sentence is limited by the first half of the sentence.
Well, no, it says or in accordance with retail preservation. So basically, there could be office, as in this situation. It's not retail, it's office.
Right, but only as part of a planned community.
Oh, I understand that, but I just don't know where it is. And what we see is planned community after planned community that wants to continue in office use. And I'm not sure that we want it in multiple family residential.
Well, so I guess I would say, I was trying to think about like how would staff present the information that's being asked for. On the one hand, it's a map of every single commercial use that's in an RM zone. That's basically, even if it's not a PC today, it could apply for a PC in the future. I would agree with the earlier staff comments that the existing PCs don't figure into this at all because they're already PCs. If they have commercial, it's because it's allowed in the PC. And so they're not going to be coming back and looking for an amendment to that.
So what I've pulled up on the screen is the land use designation map from the comp plan. The multifamily is this beige color. And so just roughly speaking, it's what I would describe as kind of the greater outlying downtown area, greater outlying Cal Ave area, a couple little pockets on Middlefield and El Camino, including, whatever this relatively large portion along El Camino is.
But where we plan for a lot of housing, I believe, over by Fabian and San Antonio, like that little beige corner.
There is a beige corner over here, yes.
Yeah, we don't want to be preserving office there, for example.
But it would need to be in the PC process.
I know, but we are going to get asked for a lot of PCs because we've been asked, all the PCs asked for office. So that's, I think, a prime example of my concern. But if I were to say, I mean, again, I don't know the right way to, I think I could make this happen but I just don't have the information.
If I could comment.
Commissioner Suma.
So I will say that Commissioner G is correct. PCs were on hiatus. And the last one that was approved before they went on hiatus was before I was on the Planning Commission. And I do think that rightly so, the PHZ process as approved by the council, but not yet really in our municipal code, which is why I think another reason why that should have happened, because this issue could have been resolved if staff brought it forward. So yeah, there really haven't been PZs till now, but the PHC is an attractive option to developers, and we want it to mostly get us housing because that's what we need. So I still have a concern about it, and I don't think it needs to be an onerous task. It's just there are very specific places where it may be antithetical to our pursuit of housing. So that's why, and honestly, I don't remember this recommendation being in staff reports, our previous staff report for this. So, and I understand it, and it's maybe a really good idea, and maybe it just needs to be refined, and we didn't have an opportunity to do so.
All right, do we have a motion? I don't see lights. That's why I'm asking for the motion. There may be more discussions. I don't want to cut it off, but I'm not getting an indication from the commission.
Well, because I do not wish to deny this project, and I also think that the PTC has been, in our limited review of this project, have been very speedy, I would like to make a motion to continue this project, and I can make it as full, I can make it more or less full of things that we want to have come back to us. But for me, the main thing would be, so I will make a motion to continue this project, and the point of the continuation would be for a swift return to the Planning Commission of the text amendment to the comp plan on its own with more detail in and consideration of the impacts and given and that we should, I think the other recommended condition of approval should be considered also. And that was, the first one was from Commissioner Aiken about with regarding rethinking maybe the monthly fees as they relate to the RPP for the unbundled parking, and rethinking the engineering and easement of the 24-foot special setback with regards to future multimodal use of said setback, and with a consideration to remove asphalt where it is around tree 10 after it is completed, with the understanding that the asphalt protects the tree during construction. And I'm not sure if more use of stackers, which Commissioner Heckman included, was answered, but if that's appropriate also, to additional stackers to increase parking in the parking garage. Does anybody have anything to add?
Do we need to say, to request specifically the easement on Middlefield so that the
yes,
space can be used?
Yes, the easement on Middlefield.
To preserve access to the special setback?
That's fine, yeah.
Did you have something to say, Ms. Armour?
Thank you. I did, before we move forward any further with this motion, I did want to provide clarification that staff's analysis of the impacts of this comprehensive plan amendment is that it is a less than significant. And so this is the analysis that was provided for this item.
I missed your train of thought there. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what that applied to.
So
I guess staff is trying to understand what information the commission wants to have come back. Because from our perspective, this amendment does not have any implications, broad implications, right? Any request for a PC can be denied. So this isn't going to have any effect.
And in this case, we have heard from you that this is an appropriate place to allow this. In other locations, as has been stated, it may not be appropriate, and they'd be required to go through the PC process for that. In addition, I think I was hoping for clarification on the residential parking program request, what you were asking for that, because we weren't talking about a change to the city's rental or residential parking program as part of this project.
No, that wasn't the intent. What I had proposed was a condition of approval, which simply tied the lease rates for the parking spaces in the project to the permit costs for RPP.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And to respond to the point you made, I see the points about this, but I also feel very strongly that the text amendment to the comp plan should have come to us separately, and maybe it would have been a very brief conversation if we had had just a little meat on the bones to understand any potential impacts, and also to make it so it just seems like really a bad sequence of events to have that in the same as finding number 3, I'll just say it again, is conditional on understanding that, and it's not existing yet, and we're making a recommendation on a finding that I can't make because there has been no text amendment yet. And so I am making a finding that the council and a recommendation to council based on something that I don't know what's going to happen with it. I don't know where it's going to go. So it's a paradox to me because I'm making a finding on something that doesn't yet exist. And I just think it's better to split them up. And I think in splitting them up, it's meaningless to vote on it tonight. And if it is truly not a pithy issue, I think the staff report and bringing it back to us really quickly would be very helpful. And it might, if we'd had this brought up before, we could have looked at specific areas where we thought this would be an unwanted additional potential Wild West situation for PCs. And once you, I guess I take it kind of seriously. I was on the last comp plan rewrite group. It was 2 or 3 years, and I take it seriously. And I think this is the wrong process for us to do this on the same night in conjunction with one motion. So if you think and I tried to incorporate what would have been conditions of approval for my colleagues to represent everybody in this continuance. And if those conditions of approval are clear from either the motion or the record of the evening and your notes, then I'm looking for a second. Unless somebody needs to add another. Those were the conditions of approval that I kept track of.
I think there were some bird-friendly glass things as well. So that I would add that as a condition of approval. Bird-friendly glass on the 6th floor and on the balconies.
Oh,
I would accept that.
Okay, so we also have lights from Commissioner Peterson and then Commissioner G. And I don't know if this is regarding the motion that's on the table or because we want to keep it to that right now.
It was a ghost bump.
Okay, and then Commissioner G.
So mine is about the motion. Okay. So I'm not sure if maybe the other commissioners are also interested in adding a parking study as something to look at for this as part of the continuance. Just wanted to get kind of a straw poll.
I don't think I would.
Okay.
It needs to be done, but not as part of this project.
And then the other thing is potentially, I know that the applicant has said that the office space is for penciling out and not for FEMA, but potentially just getting a confirmation about the FEMA requirements for office, I would potentially add that to the continuance.
I will accept that also.
Okay, so then I will not add the parking study, but only add the FEMA to the continuance.
We still need a second. And is the bird-friendly gloss in? Yes, okay, the bird-friendly gloss is in.
Then I will second.
Okay, Vice Chair Aiken?
Just a quick question of the applicant. While we are dealing with all of this stuff, can you make progress on the engineering questions related to the garage so that we can move things forward as quickly as possible? Is that feasible?
I think I'm just going to repeat what I said. We don't want a continuance. We're happy to study and discuss this with council, but we don't want a continuance of this meeting, respectfully.
Do we have additional discussion on the motion? But can you recap it maybe, just to make sure? Just there were so many.
I know.
Yeah, I want to make sure we have
This is
it.
why we need, like other boards and commissions, why we need somebody writing down the motions. I don't understand why we don't. But anyway, you guys can deal with it. So I would like to continue this motion at this time to give, this is not going to be the exact same wording because I didn't write it down. To give staff the time to bring back the text amendment to the comprehensive plan to us separately to continue to consider with a more of a analysis of the impacts. To consider Commissioner Aiken's recommendations for restructuring the monthly fees to more align for the parking spaces to align better with the RPP in the neighborhood. To, where's my other page? To address the potential, the engineering and potential use of the 24-foot setback, considering all the issues that came up this evening regarding the needs of actually building additional multimodal contributions to the road there, to keep the asphalt in place where it is not covered up, but to remove it after construction is complete, to add bird glass, to require bird glass, not just for the top story of the building, but also for the balconies where glass is used. And what was the last one?
The FEMA.
And to clarify whether the FEMA issue is a absolute building requirement with FEMA, or if it is a requirement only of getting the federal being eligible for the federal insurance.
And I believe you also mentioned use of additional parking stackers.
I did,
that
was if Commissioner Heckman wanted to add that, because it was his idea. And he says no, so we don't need to.
And then staff would ask for more specifics as to what it is you are requesting staff return with, what information you are looking to have in terms of more analysis of the impacts of the comprehensive plan amendment.
That would be an outline of the areas that it would affect with minimal information on existing conditions and things nearby and that sort of thing, so that we could see if there were areas that we didn't want to do this, or we wanted to carve it out. I mean, staff must have had, when you were thinking of recommending this, you must have had conversations about why it was a good idea and I can understand that it might not be a very long staff report and it might be a very short item, but it also solves the problem of the fact that I can't make finding 3 this evening because the text amendment doesn't exist yet.
Well, like the land use map would be
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah, and I understand that, and we can provide the land use map. I am concerned about how promptly we could put together a map with that kind of information about existing uses, land use map, and adjacent uses to give you that level of detail. But, you know, we will take your motion if it does pass and move forward with that. So thank you for that additional detail. I would add that since this is only allowed through a new planned community zone, that there would be detailed analysis at that time if one were proposed. But we've heard that there is still an outstanding concern even with that factor. Thank you.
Yes, and my intention is not to make it onerous. But
Commissioner Peterson.
We can talk to the motion now?
Yes, please.
All right, so I do appreciate my colleagues, but I can't vote for that, for a continuance. I just would really like to see this go to council, and I think everything can get solved on the way. I just don't see a need, and I'm hearing staffs, you know, sounding like there's really not a need for a lot of this.
Additional discussion?
I think council will be unhappy that we didn't solve this for them. Yeah, I would like to see the project move forward too. And I was hoping that we would be able to find ways to do that tonight. I don't have an easy solution. I am not as concerned about the comp plan amendment as you are, but I have to acknowledge the validity of the argument. So.
Anybody else? Okay, let's take the vote then, please, Ms. Dow.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
No.
motion carries 4-2.
Would you like to speak to your no votes?
Yeah, so I already previewed this. I think a number of the components here that are coming back to us could have been shaped in a positive recommendation to council as to things we wanted to make them aware of or recommended conditions of approval like the glass. And then on the comp plan, I think that I guess I'm taking the long view here. People maybe are a little hung up on semantics of what we now call a PHC or a PC, but plan development, whether it's called PD, PUD, PC, it's been around since the 60s. Palo Alto had it. I think the way we first got to know Commissioner G was with the Commons, which I think had a PC from 1987. And last year we had something on Middlefield with a house across a private street from a area that had been used for parking. And that was a PC from the 60s, I think. So this creature has always, has for, you know, more than 50 years been a part of our Palo Alto process, but until tonight, we never needed this provision. So to me, that gives me comfort that we're not going to see this flood of stuff come from all over the city, because the circumstances where these can exist, there aren't that many of them. It's got to be an office building, existing office building today in an area zoned for multifamily residential today. And even if that's true, it's not a gimme. They still have to apply for the PC and get the city to exercise its discretion. So down on San Antonio, if we don't want any office, maybe we're going to exercise our discretion to say no to a project that includes office. But to hear kind of delay the baby with the bathwater and risk a very unhappy applicant after 3.5 years, just saying, the heck with it, we'll go build his remedy. I think this was the wrong direction for us tonight.
Would you like to speak to your no vote? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I agree 100%. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we move on to item number, we're gonna skip item number 3 because that was continued. Item number 4, hopefully will be very quick. This is to update the Planning and Transportation Commission procedural rules. I don't know if there's a staff report for this or if you want me to speak to what I.
Nothing to add to the written staff report that was provided in your packet.
Right, and I'll just provide some quick context. This is a long-standing problem that we've had where the language that is on the front of our packet and on our agenda often doesn't match what our procedural rules say. And so it's confusing for the public and confusing for us as to how many minutes their public comment time could get reduced to, which makes it difficult for the public to participate and to plan in advance their comments because they need to decide, it's pretty different if they show up with 5 minutes and it could get cut to 2 or 3 and they don't know which it is. And so I, in looking at this, just wanted to solve that problem. And I also wanted to make it consistent with all the other boards and commissions so that members of the public, when participating in Palo Alto's public process, have a consistent, time threshold of the 2 minutes that is there for other commissions. And then as the staff report mentioned, there's also other boards and commissions have a different time that applicants are allowed. They're allowed only 10 minutes typically. And so while we are looking at that issue, we can decide whether we also want to become consistent with other boards and commissions or not. So any discussion? I did listen in while I was out and I heard, commissioners say that maybe we should allow the flexibility to reduce speaker time down to 1 minute. And I would just argue, please, for consistency for the members of the public, let's just be the same as all the other commissions in terms of like the bottom limit. I don't have a particular view. I mean, I do think it's really important that we hear members of the public. That's one of our primary roles, and we added it to our mission 1 year. That said, if we want to shorten it, I really think that it would be better if there's a larger effort to just make it consistent across all the boards and commissions for the ease of public participation. So that's my opinion, though.
And speaking of public comment, if we could check to see if there is anyone to speak.
Good point. This is an action item. Are there any public comments about this?
Looks like no, I have no raised hands or speaker cards.
Okay, a comment from Commissioner Suma.
I think it's a great idea and just the way it is because it's always been confusing. And I think, and it pops up on our staff reports wrong all the time. And I think it's because it's an anomaly and it's an accident, but then it's really, I just think it's a much better thing. And I don't think I agree about 2 minutes. And I think to align ourselves with the other boards and commissions and make it easy on staff and the public is a great idea.
Commissioner Heckman.
So I'm just trying to understand what everyone else is doing. So right now in ARB and HRB, it's 5 minutes, reducible down to 2. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And for groups right now in both of those, it's is it 10 minutes? Which is what we do, right?
So the 10 minutes that's referenced in the staff report is for the applicant at the beginning. Okay.
I know. Yeah, I'm off the menu. Okay, but again,
You're
I'm just trying
testing
to.
me here.
Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to trick you. But yeah, okay. So then, in terms of applicant, ARB and HRB are at 10-minute, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what we call rebuttal, are they both at 3-minute for the applicant or appellant?
I will pull that up and confirm it for you.
Okay, I mean, if our goal is to really dovetail everything, then that's why I'm going actually a little bit broader. So let's clean this all up, because I like your concept of consistency across the boards, even if it's not, even if council is maybe sometimes a little more harsh and goes to 1 minute. I mean, I think your approach is perfect, and so I'd like us to do whatever we need to do to make that consistent across the board.
I just wanted to add one thing also as I was working with staff on this. Staff was the one who brought up the question about for the applicant, whether we wanted to shorten the time. And I can see both ways. Staff's comment on it was that in other cities, say Los Gatos, it's down to 5 minutes, and that our applicants thus far that we've seen rarely use the full 15 minutes. That said, I will say that PTC projects are often much more complex than those going before the other boards. And I think that deviating for the applicant is a little bit different from deviating for the average member of the public, because the applicant is coached is provided the information by staff. So I don't want to cut that short either. That's just some nuance there. Commissioner G has the light on.
Wait, I actually had the same off the menu question as Commissioner Heckman about groups, because I myself was a member of a group in which the time got changed on me a couple times and they kept telling me different information. So I'll just wait for staff on that.
So first I am looking at the rebuttal time, and I'm finding that the rebuttal time for the Historic Resources Board is actually 10 minutes. So we may not want to get into that. That may actually be the same for the Architectural Review Board as well.
And we have not seen our applicants need to use that amount of time. So
and you can provide them additional time or extend that time by asking questions. So it's not that they are absolutely cut off at that time if there is more information that the commission needs.
Yeah, again, I think I'm much more concerned about making this consistent for the average member of the public, because they won't know what they're getting. And we've seen people get confused here at the dais.
So for the public comment, I'm supportive of 5 reducible to 2. In terms of applicants, in terms of groups, I think my understanding is that it's always 10, and I thought you had to have like 5 people, right? I was a little confused tonight because I heard the woman who got up, the second group speaker. There were only like 2 names associated with her. So, or that's what I heard. And so I was like, that's interesting. But there were plenty of people here. So I wasn't overly concerned about it, but it needs to be clear, right? If it's 10 minutes, you need 5 people somewhere where people know in advance, like when they read the agenda, to know to put that together and that they can count on it. So they don't get surprised at the meeting. I will say, as somebody who has presented to planning commissions and councils over and over again, 10 minutes when you have a complicated project, 10 minutes can go by really fast. Particularly if there are, and we had a site, 2 or 3 team members who really need to contribute something to paint an overall picture. And often 3 minutes for rebuttal is too tight. I agree that people seem to be handling here. We haven't had a lot of controversial projects where I think rebuttal would be more forthcoming But like when I think back on Castellea, if we told them, you get 3 minutes, that would have been difficult to do. So
I think what I've seen though is that as it's not officially in our procedural rules, but we're pretty generous in terms of asking the applicant for clarification and allowing them time.
That's true.
So maybe we don't need to change that.
Yeah. So I don't feel strongly about that, but I do think if we try to match the 10-minute time limit for applicants, it may prove challenging. And so maybe we want because we've got some other language already in our agenda that says, unless more time is agreed upon by the chair or something, right? That's already, isn't that in our, let's see.
I don't remember seeing that. But...
let's see. Oh, so here's our 5 or more.
So yeah, it is, I believe, supposed to be 5 or more, at least for the ARB and HRB.
Right.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
Wait, I was wondering, Ms. Armour, if you got to that group number. So
yeah.
Okay.
So for Planning and Transportation Commission, the language currently says when any group of people wishes to address the commission on the same subject matter, the presiding officer will inform the group that the spokesperson may be chosen by the group to address the commission. And spokespersons who are representing a group of 5 or more people who are identified as present at the commission meeting at the time of the spokesperson's presentation will be allowed up to 10 minutes at the discretion of the presiding officer.
Is that consistent with other boards?
The others actually allow up to 15.
Okay, yeah, that's where I was curious about.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like with the HRB and ARB, they allow 10 minutes initial presentation and 10-minute rebuttal. So if we wish to align those are other components.
So I just had a follow-up on that language about the group. So it says like you have groups and then it says if there's 5 or more, you get 10. But like, what does that mean? Up to 10, but what does that mean for a group of 3? That's unclear.
Correct, and so we could revise to align with the other, if you prefer.
Revise to align with the others, which require a group of 5. Is that what you're saying?
So when, let me make sure I'm reading the language. No, it's similar language. Yeah, sorry. But we could revise it to make it explicit that it's only if it's a group of 5 or more, unless you'd like to leave it as it is and allow
I actually think that we should revise it because it seems to be, in having members of the public contact me beforehand, they're assuming that it's going to be groups of 5 or more. So I think that just would make it consistent. Now, on the time though, I am a little bit loath to increase it to 15 minutes, but
it is at your discretion. You never have to allow the 15 minutes.
I know, but I want to make this predictable for people because it's really difficult to create a PowerPoint presentation and everything else. So I want to make it predictable and I want to make it clear.
I actually personally have a strong preference for 15, because that would make it such that it would be 5 times 3. So it'd be pretty much fair that each person, you get to use the 3 minutes for each previous person.
Right. There's no disincentive to have people continue their 3 minutes individual.
Oh, also, 10 minutes goes by really fast as someone who speaks that. And I think all of you know I speak very quickly too. So I think I'm personally in favor of 15 at the discretion of the chair. So yeah, Ms. Armour.
Well, I would just point out that you are considering reducing it to 2 minutes, potentially reducing to 2 minutes. So 2 times 5 would be 10.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the base is like the max would be 15 at discretion of the chair, which I believe the reading here is it's 3 or 5. But yeah, I'll just say that my preference is 15 at the discretion of the chair.
Other thoughts? Is everybody falling asleep?
So right now on the right, I'm just going back to how much a member of the public, how much time they have, right? And so the language we're looking at is it's 5, but down to 2. But the language that is on the cover, and I think has been since I started, is this public comment to be accepted both in person and via Zoom. That part was not there my first couple of meetings. For up to 3 minutes or an amount of time determined by the chair. So this is always what confused me about, is it 3 or 5? So are we going to, are we saying, are we going to formalize now that it's 5 reducible to 2, and then we'll change this sentence to read like that?
So I believe that there's a difference between the public comments on any issue versus public comments on specific agenda items. And we probably should just standardize it for everything.
But yeah, but this I thought about that, but under this heading public comments, we have multiple paragraphs, right? Including spokespersons. So, and we've never had in the public comments section, you know, a spokesperson for a group of 5 or any number. So that's why
I agree. That's why it's confusing. And I think that, well, right now, everything matches.
Yeah.
Well, it actually says public comments are 3 minutes per speaker elsewhere on our agenda.
Right. It does say, yeah.
It's just totally confusing. So we just need to decide what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe what we do, because we have it individually, right? If we take it out of the first page. So, you know, just say they're accepted in person and via Zoom and get rid of the time there, because the time can be described for the individual, right? So that way we have a different time for public comment.
Well, but I think we are needing to specify these things like request to speak will be taken until 5 minutes after.
Oh, no, keep that.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
taking out,
I see.
the end of that first sentence. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
And let that be reflected, because there's different times for public comment, action items, approval of minutes. It looks like it's 353 right now.
We could also just make it all the same.
Yep.
That might make our lives much easier.
I'm okay with that too.
I think we should make it all the same. Because I cannot keep it straight, and neither can any of us, clearly. Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is 5 minutes reduced down to 2 across the board, whether it's an agenda item or not. And groups must have 5 speakers, and they can get a maximum of 10 or 15. Which is it? 15. We have.
Take a quick straw poll if you like.
Okay, straw poll. Let's go. Raise your hand if you like for 10.
Sorry, I want 15 reducible to 10. So
Okay,
if it's a 2-minute
at the
item.
discretion.
Right.
At the discretion of the chair. All right, so I think I have a motion. I'm just going to make the motion because I think I got it. So we're going to change our procedural rules so that all public comments, whether they are for agendized items or not, each speaker gets 5 minutes, reduced down to 2 minutes at the discretion of the chair. And for groups of 5 or more, they get up to 15 minutes to speak, reducible to 10 at the discretion of the chair. Do I have a second? Commissioner Suma seconds. Do we have further discussion? No. Ms. Dell, I think, are we allowed to take a voice vote on this one? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes
Unanimously.
Unanimously.
So I've got a potential follow-up motion on the same topic. And that is in our agendas, it states that all requests to speak will be taken until 5 minutes after the staff's presentation, right? Which I actually don't remember us doing that before you were the chair. I think it's fine, and I think it's something we've picked up. Although it's, I don't know if we do it, is it 5 minutes after staff's presentation or is it 5 minutes after the applicant?
It probably should be after the applicant's presentation, and we started doing it while Commissioner Sumo was chair because we had this one meeting where people kept adding on, and we would have cut the time to less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, so, and I'm fine with the process. I think it does help make things more efficient, but I'm wondering if we need to actually have that stated in our rules. I was actually involved in litigation once 20 years ago where somebody had written something on the agenda, a procedure, which didn't work out well for my client. And I looked in their rules and they didn't have it. And so I was able to attack them for not having it in the rules so I could go look at it.
Let's do it. I asked staff back when I was vice chair, I asked our staff liaison at the time, and they said, oh no, you can just put it on the cover. But I think that to cover our base, let's just make it, and plus that'll make it very clear for members of the public who are not looking at a packet, but looking at our procedural rules.
Right.
So
is that until the end of the applicant's presentation or 5 minutes after the staff presentation? What's the threshold you'd like to have?
I think after the applicants would probably be more appropriate because.
But 5 minutes after the end of the applicant's presentation could be into the public comment period.
Right, and
you'll want to set the length of each public comment before you start, based on the number.
We usually have clarifying questions. So
up to the commission.
Yeah, and also you can tell by the body here and how many cards have already come in. Right. I mean, it won't be an exact science.
Do we think it's okay?
I do. I think 5 minutes after
the applicant's presentation.
And also, you don't want to cut it off too soon.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you don't want people to feel like I didn't get my chance to be heard. I didn't realize the applicant was going to stop talking then. They had 7 minutes left on their clock. Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay. So do we have a motion for that then? So, because we need to add it to our procedural rules.
Can I just say so moved? You got it?
I got what you said, so yeah, go ahead and so move.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
I believe Commissioner Suma, did you have a question?
All right, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, do we have minutes that we need to approve? I think we have minutes. Anybody want to make a motion?
Sure. Move approval of the January 29th summary and verbatim minutes as revised.
Second. I need to figure out when I wasn't here. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
So motion passes 501.
Move approval of the February 12th, 2025 PTC summary and verbatim.
Can you speak into the mic?
Sorry, I had it off. Move approval of the February 12th, 2025 PTC summary and verbatim minutes as revised.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And I abstain. So
I abstain as well.
So motion passes 402. Okay. Sorry, tired. Commissioner questions, comments, announcements, future meetings and agendas. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.